Hello, hello, hello. We good? We good. Mic check, mic check. Hello, hello. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Two Legit City on the mic. Yo, what's going on, everybody? How y'all doing today? It's your boy me, Two Legit City, and we're live. Today we're back into the maze Mamba, and of course that means the city skylines. Gee, I see you over there in chat. And let me make sure everything is good. I think all the mods are on, right? There were some minor changes I made. Hopefully everything's good now. I should be fine. Alright, so let's load back in. Okay, interesting. Did I not actually do the thing? Okay, I might have not actually did the thing that I wanted to do. There's a good chance. That means I messed up. Feels bad. Alright, once we load in, I'm gonna double check. Because I think I messed up. I mean, it's not a big thing. I could do it off stream after today. It'll be fine. Alright, alright. And of course, we're going to be loading in. This is going to be day 3 of the city. We're playing on the Maze Valley map. And this is going to be... I think this is going to be an interesting playthrough. I hear my kitty cat Mamba in the back, if you guys hear him. And... are we simulated? We are in. Really? Oh, this guy was one of the people that got baited from the flood. We had a slight flood. And as a result, some of the houses leveled up. So I guess he's gonna complain. Like, there's nothing we could do about this. There we go. I guess that's the only thing we could really do. I hate to say that. But yeah, that guy had to get wrecked. Feels bad. Okay, so... this is the city so far. We made a trumpet. This is supposed to be a grounded system after the elevated system. And of course, it's a trumpet design. I might expand this a little bit more so it's a little bit better. Just so that we have a little bit more space for like the incline and stuff. But I'm not gonna lie. This is a 3-lane, that's 3 lane, that's, you know, everyone gets its own lane. But I'm not actually a fan of this. This is kind of jank. Because this is 2 plus 2 goes 3. I feel like this needs to be upgraded. This is probably going to upgrade to a 4. That makes a lot of sense. Now, before we actually do that, let's actually check out some of the other things. I actually want to pull this out a little bit more, and this is a little bit too close. I probably want to move the merge point to this node, the corner of the straight node. It's a little bit weird, but I think we can make it work. And then that would look a lot better, I think. I'm going to be real. I'm going to be 100% real. This design works. It's there. But I'm not happy with it. I'm just going to be 100% honest. I'm just not happy with this design. So I think we're going to redo the highway today. Right here. I might move it over to the left a little bit too. Just so that it kind of connects a little bit better right here. But I think I want to redo this. Like, it works. I just don't like how it's 3 level. Because it's flat 1, 2, and then there's a slip under as well. So it's like, it's a thing. I'm just not happy with the result. So we're going to slightly redo this a little bit today. Akios, what's good? I see you over there. Hope you're doing well. I'm gonna redo it. I'm gonna redo it. Oh, we're having that same issue again. Where they don't want to take the lanes. So it's because they're merging in. And it's because this is a forced slip to the right. I see. That's a struggle. Spaghetti, slightly, yeah. I just don't like the 3 elevation. I would want to trim that down if I can. Okay, so these are fine, and you can go straight. This is like the weirdest thing. I saw a car merge out just to merge back in. That's so weird. That makes no sense. He merged out just to merge back in. And then now this is a problem. Alright, I probably have to redo this slightly. Redo the design. There has to be something I need to do better here. And it's pretty clear what I need to do, to be honest. I think the fundamental problem is the fact that I dedicated a lane to a right turn, where typically because of the system, it's a right or a straight. And then you have the outside be a forced straight or a left. And I think because of that, my road distribution's kind of jank. I mean, that makes sense. So I'll probably have to redo this zone. That's fine. Alright, so what we're going to want to do now, at least temporarily, is we're going to need a new zone to live. And while... That's all. We have another land value issue. Feels bad. While we need to do that, I actually need to think about a good spot for this. So I wanted to move the residency up here, right? Come across this way and start moving them to here and then go across that way. And then we need to actually have this straight go out this way and then curl up to here. So we need to delete this 4 lane as well. I see you, Wee Shark. How are you? Yeah, all right. So we got some things we got to do. And I think there's another thing I should do. It involves a ship line right here. You know what I actually did that I'm not actually happy with in hindsight? So I crossed over the bridge and I went from this landmass to that landmass so that we could anchor the pillars on land. And then I curled it back, right? So I came in and did a curl so that we could have a somewhat of a nice setup for the road. Problem is that you see the yellow line right here? This is a ship line. This is clean. This, not so much. So the boats go through here. I think what I'm going to actually want to do is I'm going to go from here and I'm going to curl it to the right to the early part here and then straighten out into here. And the reason why I think I need to do that is because I don't want to be in the ship's path. So we're going to redo the highway slightly. Gotta redo it, man. And then I do need to get some more citizens in. Even if it's box grid, I need to just get it in right now. So let's do a little bit of road work. What's going on, Mocha? I see you over there. Hope you're doing well. Thank you guys for tuning in. 220, that's it, right? This is 280, 280. All right, I don't know if I want that to be my curve, but that's feasible. And then I don't think I want to do anything weird. I could though. Like we could run a road down this way. I don't think that makes sense. That's the only problem. Because we're going to be running residency off of this street. It's a weird setup, but it should be fine. Ah, man, I'm going to be real, you guys. I'm getting bit up by spiders. IRL. It is not the business. I regret it, man. It's my fault. I absolutely regret it. There's Mamba. I gotta set his mom cam. So I saw a spider and eggs of spiders. So basically a spider egg sac. But I thought to myself, we kind of have, you know, bugs here. I would rather if, you know, the spiders ate the bugs, so I don't have to deal with the bugs. And then I was also like, I was chatting with someone that's a spider enthusiast, and I asked them, they said, no, don't kill the spiders. Right? Because they're a spider enthusiast. It makes sense. So I let them live. And then on my windowsill, I saw a bunch of dots. Apparently, they're spider droppings. So the egg sac hatched, and all the spooters, I think, were eating and pooping everywhere. So, you know, I had to clean it up and all that. And I had a sticky trap nearby. And I guess it caught one of the adult spiders. The crazy thing is that the spider that got caught in the sticky trap only got one of the 8 legs caught in the sticky trap. Otherwise, the rest of its body was free. And you know what happened? It started shedding its body. And then it just broke out from the sticky trap. Shit was wild, man. I saw it and I watched it live, shedding the body. It took like 3 hours. But it's like, dude, you could see it like just pulling out of its own shell. So then I was like, all right, cool, whatever's. So now that was like months ago. Now, like every other day, I see a spider the size of a quarter climb up the wall. And I'm just like, holy shit. Where the hell did this come from? And I'd be streaming or something, and I'm just dead ass, just get scared. I'm like, oh shit. I gotta do something about that. So, you know, I gotta take it out. And, you know, you gotta flush it down the toilet. Be like that sometimes. Guess what? 2 days later, another one would climb up the wall, and I was like, alright, I got some spiders over here. It's probably my fault for not breaking down the egg sac. So they're all just kind of chilling. Now, the crazy thing is that I didn't think I was getting bit by spiders because it's summertime, there's bugs. Maybe, you know, because of Mamba, there's fleas. Mamba has historically never had fleas, though. So what ended up happening was I was doing the dishes and I wasn't wearing any shoes in the kitchen. So I was just doing the dishes, you know, you gotta clean up after yourself. And I did it with the lights off to save money on electricity. And I was like, I could see still. There was a little bit of light from like the outside. So I was like, okay, that's not too bad, but it was dark, right? Like I was able to see, but not really see. And what I do is I clean it, but I leave it in the sink and I let it sit in water after I clean it so that when it's clean and in the water, I could do another rinse wipe down so that it's actually like spotless. And I'll do that the next day or something. So it's not like I let it soak. I actually clean it so there's nothing on it, but then it's like I let it do that still. Sometimes you gotta air out some of the dishes just because it's like Tupperware, especially if you put the cap on it. It's not actually going to be clean. You're just going to have like the smell just kind of staying there. So I like to do that weird air out thing. While I was doing that, I was like, you know, whatever. And then I felt like you don't really feel anything, but it's like you feel something. It's kind of like hair brushing against your skin. I was like, what the fuck? So I walked to the light and there's a spider on my calf and it bit me. This motherfucker bit me 3 times in the same spot. And I was like, oh, what the hell is this? It jumps off and it starts squirming. It's running. It's fast. And I was like, hey, what the hell is this? It was a spider. This motherfucker bit me. I looked at the spot. I had 3 bumps, like, touching each other. Like, he bit me multiple times, man. And that's how I found out I was getting bit by spiders. I thought it was something else, man. I feel you with that shooting Satsu. I gotta start doing that, man. But yeah, that's what happened, man. I was like, this is not the business, but it is what it is. All right, let's go with the setup. This is small pocket. We're not actually gonna do anything here outside of the small pocket. Make him utilize the 4-lane. We're not gonna cross. Everything's gonna be fine. I'm not gonna expand on here because we're gonna redo the interchange anyways. And then we know there's gonna be like a weird road coming up this way that we're gonna have to utilize. For now though, we'll just connect this via 4-lane. But yeah, that was my spider story, guys. So now, like, I'm just kind of like making sure I don't get bit. Gotta burn them? Nah, man. You know what's messed up? They're probably dying because of the summer heat. Like, wherever they're at, waiting for the night to fall. Because spiders are nocturnal, right, I believe? They're probably getting cooked. I'ma be real. They probably getting... Okay, something's wrong with my terrain right here. What the hell? They're probably getting cooked. Oh, this is a terrain issue right here. Alright, we gotta fix this. I can't imagine spiders not getting cooked. Like you would have to be in, like, the walls or something. Mamba needs to step up. He's trying, man. He will randomly chase after the spiders while I'm doing the dishes in the kitchen. Because when I'm doing the dishes, he watches me. And it might be because when I'm cooking food, sometimes I offer him a piece. And sometimes he doesn't eat it. But yeah, Mamba's like, hey man, free food? Cool. I'm very picky though. Mamba's a picky eater, so... Sometimes I give him the food, he smells it, and he's like, yeah, man, I'm cool. And he just walks away. So he does his best, but he can't walk on the walls, man. We have no ants over here. I'm lucky. We used to have a lot of ant problems. I'm not even kidding. But... I think the ant problem had to do with... It's weird. Because the thing is that... We stopped getting ants the longer it was after the summer season. Wait, that doesn't sound right. So... Back 20, 30 years ago, shit, man, I'm that old. I could say 30 years ago. Back when, fuck, I don't want to sound old. Back in the 90s, fuck, that was 30 years. Back in the 2000s, before the drought started, yep, that's a good place to say it. Back in those days, why is this not connected? We used to have something called El Nino over here. Now, of course, that was before the drought started, and it was basically the summer storm. Now, the thing with that was that there was nothing wrong with it, but every time the summer storm came, I found out what happened. The area would flood slightly, right? It's like a 1-inch flood. It's nothing that bad. It's just that the water's accumulating a little bit too fast for it to run off into the gutter. So we have like a 1-inch flood. It's very slight. So we used to get that in the summertime. And that would be like how we kind of get water over here in Cali before we started becoming drought capital. So what happened was that every time it would happen, the ants would visibly break out and climb up the side of our wall, and you could see it from the outside. So it's not the inside of the house, it's the outside of the house right here visually. So like basically if there was ants here, and you can't really see it because they're spread out in the dirt and all that, they would climb up the house, the side of the walls, and we would see that. We would randomly see that during the summertime. And I was like, dude, what can you do? It's ants, you know? It's like, what are we gonna really do about that? Can't really do much. So we kind of just let it be. Eventually, because the summer storm stopped hitting, I don't know what happened. We don't have ants here anymore. Like, we used to occasionally have ant problems inside the house. Not anymore, and not with Mamba, but before, when I used to have other cats, I would see ants go to the kibble bowl and eat the kibble or something. Like they would go to the kibble, the dry food, and they would be like pulling food from it or something. That doesn't happen anymore. I haven't seen that happen in years. We don't have ants inside the house anymore as well. So I don't know what happened. It just feels like the summer heat just bodied everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was just so hot that everything's just kind of dying off. Darker Rack, what's good? I see you over there. Just got here, ants. I got an ant scouts crawling around my house as we speak, probably. Oh, yeah. I hate ants, dude. They suck. I can confirm ants crawling outside the wall. I'll hose them down as a kid. But there were so many and so often it was pointless. Yep. Once you see the sheer number, dude, it's like, wow. That's kind of impressive, man. But yeah, we used to have ant problems like that. I feel you with that. And the ants, man, I hate ants because for whatever reason, and I don't know why, they're extremely, for lack of better words, stubborn. But at the same time, you could use a word like resilient. Because no matter what you did, they always came back. Like, can you imagine this from an ant's perspective? You see a motherfucker that's 1,000 times, 100,000, 1,000,000 times larger than you are. Like, you take your ant body, multiply that by 1,000,000, right? Yeah, it's a human right there. I was like, oh shit. And then this large entity brings out a plastic entity that brings out the water, the flood. Like it's not even called the water anymore. Like, you're an ant, dude. That shit's gonna drown you out. So it's like, dude, it's like I'm imagining the scene from Toy Story. It's like, oh, the claw. It's like, no, man, this is the rain, dude. And it's like, you would imagine that the ants would be like, dude, we can't mess with that. We gotta leave. That beast just spews out water nonstop. It drowns out our homes. We gotta move out, man. And it's like, nah, the ants are like, yo, man, we gotta fight back. The ants instead are like, yo, man, we gonna live here and we gonna fight back. We're gonna climb up the walls, start doing all this weird stuff. Ants are resilient, man. They really are. This comes out... Okay, this is the natural line then. And then we look for a midpoint. So we could do a 200 here. We probably have to recalculate this. First, Google found there was ants in like 75, 95 degrees. I know some places TX has been over 100 for an entire month. Yeah, that's the thing. But because we had that a few years back. we were hovering around 150, 120, 110. Like, it was 110 normally. And that is never a good sign because it's just super hot. So if it was 110, like, just casually, right? And, dude, after that, no more ants. So I'm thinking maybe after this summer, man, you guys lose a lot of the bug life that's living inside the household. I need a street to go through, to be honest. It's probably gonna have to be here. But yeah, that's what I would be thinking. That you probably have fewer ants after the summer. Hopefully, because man, it was hot. Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's probably where a lot of the bugs went. They probably just got wrecked, man. Hate to say it. They got destroyed by the heat. Alright, so this is a weird grid pattern. I mean, it works. We want to utilize the 4-lane road here, right? And then we want to use, well, I probably don't want a road connection here. And I probably want to utilize this one. If anything, I probably end up with a right turn setup here. Going out this way. 10, 11, 12. And then there is no terraforming issue. I probably don't have that connection. So we use this one. Let's turn this off. This is this way. We're gonna go 11. Okay, so this goes up, and then we'll just connect that. Alright, so very arbitrary. We're just gonna be using this as a placeholder marker. So this is 220, that's 11. So 440. Proper pillar spacing. We'll do it like this. 11, delete this. This probably goes 220. Proper pillar spacing again. Not bad. We could just set it up like this for now. My 2 cats brought me 2 live mice last fall. I hope it doesn't happen again this year. I'll probably have a leak in my house foundation or something. Ooh, so the thing about mice is that you have to take them out as a neighborhood. It's kind of weird, but I think that's like how it's supposed to work. I don't know if that makes sense. But I find that there's some entities that it doesn't matter what you do. If your neighbors have it, you can't do anything about it. Because unless they clean them out, it's always going to be a source of the problem. Now, that's what I heard. I don't know how true that is. Have you seen that? Is it Ratatouille Pixar? At the very beginning, it's like the old lady. She's living in her rundown house. And then, you know, she goes to the kitchen. And then, you know, she grabs something from the fridge, turns around, and then a bunch of mice come out and start, like, grabbing the food. And then one of them falls down while running away. And she sees one of them. So the old lady chases the mice. And then what ends up happening is he runs back to the nest, and then she hits something, and it breaks apart around a part of the house, and the entire nest of rats come down from the ceiling or something. That's kind of what I imagine. That's kind of what I imagine, man. When I'm thinking about that. If your neighbors have mice, you can't do anything about that. Yeah, when the ceiling falls off. Yeah. Was that Ratatouille? I don't remember, man. I want to say it was. Oh, I can't use this here. Alright, we'll have to do a modified version like this. Most likely. Because I don't want this to go straight through. that typically means it's not gonna be a good design. I could probably also put like a miniature roundabout here or here, probably both, so that we can make it so that this does not become a supercut. At the same time, it's not too bad. Small residential spot. That was the opening scene of Ratatouille. I knew it. I remembered something like that. I just didn't know if it was that specific movie. Because of that scene, I check my cellar so often. My little ginger's being dweezed like a void kitty. Honestly, man, I feel like I need to get a Mamba a companion. He's a great kitty cat. I just wish there was like a sign that I could see that if he wants like a friend or not. Like, I give him attention. I try to do as much as I can, but it's like, you know, sometimes you just, you know, want a buddy. But at the same time, I feel like Mamba might just want to be the king. He might just want to be the only one. Sometimes you gotta be the king, right? But who knows? Yeah, Ratatouille. Old lady goes ham with a shotgun. Yeah, the shotgun. Oh, cellar attic, yeah. Other cats are starting to warm up. Oh, that's awesome. Interesting. Yo, man, who knows? Who knows, man? May have. That means it's not actually true. And they're just looking into it. Which could mean a lot of things, but at the same time, it doesn't really mean anything until they actually find out. I'll see you over there, though. Alright, so of course, get the easy stuff. Easy pipes. Alright, alright. Oops. Let's go, let's go. I apologize for all my ranting and talk to you guys. I know that my life isn't interesting. I apologize, I apologize. Alright, so time to focus in on the game. And we're going to redo this highway. Let's actually do a little bit of theory crafting of how we want this to work. So I don't like how it's a 3-level stack. I want to try to force this so that we don't have a 3rd level. So I want to ground it and an overpass. I don't want that double height level if I can. So I'm going to need a right turn, right? So we're going to have this, right? Because it's going to be a right turn. There's no way around that. We got to have straight. And then we got to have a left. Now, one of the things that, not gonna lie, it's not something I want, is the fact that I want to keep the roads to make sense. And what I mean when I say that is, you know, normal height stuff. So it's like we do this. So we go under like that probably. So this is going to be elevated over. So this is all ground level right, ground level left turn. And then we want the straight on the far left lane because through traffic, right? This is northbound, so to speak. So then it's like you want to keep this on the left side typically, just because of how the freeway is still the freeway. So that's going to be basically straight left, right? That makes sense. Because of how that works, I need to have a left coming in from the other side. And because of how this is probably elevated, right? Because this has to probably do this. This comes out this way. So left, up, down. So we do that, and then now we need to do the other side. So chances are we're going to keep this underpass like that. So we're just going to do this. And then we're going to do it like that. And we're not going to connect it. So it's like it's going to go underneath this. Just kind of like how it is at the moment. So this probably comes straight through. I could keep that elevated for now, just so that we could symbolize that. And then if I wanted, because of how this is grounded, I know we're gonna have to underpass this. Okay, there's no way around that then. So this is a straight, that's a right. And then I need a left from this side. This needs to be a left. I have 3 cats. They prefer having my attention and then playing together. Something calls them fights. Oh, streams are perfect balance. Some game knowledge, some real life stuff. That's why I'm here. Hey, man. Glad you enjoy. It's just that sometimes I feel like I'm telling a story or I'm talking about something, and then it's like I'm done with the story or I'm done with the little thing I'm talking about, and it just kind of feels like it kind of feels like I'm doing stand-up and my joke was bad, so the crowd was silent. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just like, all right, man, that joke failed. Goddamn. All right, we got to try another one or something. So it feels like, yeah, it feels like it wasn't like I'm not even getting a reaction, It's like, ah, shit, you got a silent crowd. That's a bad joke, man, I guess. That's honestly how it feels like. I'm like, all right, man, I'm just gonna go back to streaming, dude. Do something that I'm good at instead of just talking about random shit. Gotta build some roads today. My joke game is falling flat. Alright, so we still don't have the left turn coming into here. Right? So I need a left turn coming in. What would be the best way to do this? What would be the best way to do this? Of course, we're going to have to go straight through. This is probably going to be an underpass setup. Right? Just kind of like this. So it's going to probably do this like that. And then we have this coming in. That's really far from the side, but we'll probably be closer to like this. That's most likely what's gonna happen. So like this comes down and then this comes this way. You know what we could do? We could keep this flat and we could actually run this like this. So you merge in from the left. Our straight traffic goes in like this, which is not bad. So then it's left straight from the other side, and then we need a right here still, which is fine. And then this is a merge, so that should be okay. Oh, wait a second. Would that be possible? I could do a loop here. Right? So if I do this, this goes through. That's straight. We could do the loop here to merge onto this straight. And then that makes it so that we have a straight and a left. And then this is a right. So that's all 3 turns. This is all 3 turns. That's good. And then we got to do this side. So we could do the right. It's going to look like that. So it's probably going to be like this. Right? The right turn. We already have the straight. And what I don't have is a left. I don't have a left here. So we're missing a left turn that needs to go to this side. This is elevated. I don't want to go over this. This is underneath already. So that means we would have to slip under, kind of like what this is. So I need a sink underground. Oh, that's tough. Because this is elevated, right? Like this? I mean, this is going to be grounded, so that's fine. So it's going to be like this, right? 1, 2, 3. And then it's going to break out. And then it's going to decline. and then one of them breaks out, keeps grounded, and one of them goes down even more. Oh, you know why that works? Because this is grounded. Because this is grounded, this road that might have been an underpass doesn't block the left turn from literally just doing this. Like, I could literally just do it like that. This comes in, splits to the right, goes underpass everything, makes a left, and then it merges in. So this becomes a 2-lane. Right? 1 + 1 equals 2. And then the right comes in, and then we get the 3-lane from that. Dude, okay. That's good. Now on this side, of course, we get the right turns, easy money. So we have the straight that merges with it. So it's a left turn. I need to go from here to here. Oh, we could just do a trumpet loop like this. Oh, so basically this and this is going to be the same design. Oh, wow. That's actually cool because that's symmetrical. So we go like this. Wow. Okay. I kind of have a design for this. It's kind of gross, but I mean, it works. All right, let's do some of the necessary relocations. So we're going to be moving a lot of the stuff in this area. So we have a lot of it. Oh, I actually don't need this anymore. I think it's because we have actual power now, right? Oh, shit. Is it because we don't have power here? Wait, hold up. I've been having water issues. Oh, I haven't upped my tax percentage. Guys, I haven't been making maximum amount of money yet. 12%, boys. That's a safe spot. You want to go up to 12%. All right, so water budget, we're going to max out. We're good now, right? There we go. Power should be fine. Yeah, we bopped some of the water turbines. These guys are cool. That was a fake water problem. Traffic's gone. Nice. All right. Good to hear that that wasn't a real issue. Nice, nice. I probably got to move these. So these are outlets, right? Got to move them to the side. All right, so my power is not connected now. Okay. All right, that's power. We're gonna keep this, but we're gonna move everything else over. So this is gonna have to get deleted. All right, so this is gonna be weird. So we gotta realign everything. We want this to go over a little bit earlier so that this turn angle isn't as awkward. And then this is gonna be a little bit more space. So we're gonna move this over so we have space for a loop and a straight. And that's gonna go across. And then this is gonna go from here to here instead of there. To avoid the boat collision that we're gonna potentially have. Alright, should be fine. Should be fine. Alright, so we're gonna be running it parallel to this. Well, no, first we gotta terraform. Gotta make sure the terrain's nice. This is actually a lot of space before we get to the low terrain in terms of how close you are to the water. That should be fine. Alright, alright. So what we're gonna need is from the design, right? We understand that we're probably going to have a loop here and then a right turn merge. And we know that that has to happen at the water, which is kind of the downside. I don't like merging on top of water. It just kind of feels weird, but it's a thing, I guess. It's a thing, right? I guess it's a thing. Okay, so I want to utilize this first. And we know that we have to have a right, so it's going to go like a weird shape. And then the loop has to be a little bit more inland so that we have space to do that setup. Okay, we have power issues, my bad. Yo, man, it's a thing. It's a thing. I mean that it's like... That happens in real life, right? Wait, did me upping the budget kind of bop the power? Okay, let me actually just maximize this then. Do we have power? We don't. Alright, so let me get geothermal plant. This is good, right? We got the juice. There we go. We should be happy now, right? Got the water? Please? We're good. Okay. Ooh, man. Little bit of a hiccup. Should be good, should be good. Alright, so we're gonna do that setup right there. So we're gonna run a parallel line to this. So we could actually make it so that the system is actually parallel with itself. So we gotta run a parallel off of this road. Now, based off of the design, we are probably going to have a design like this. So it doesn't have to be parallel now. We should probably use this side to kind of theory craft. So we get that. That probably goes over. And then we probably run a parallel line here. So it's a one space gap. Right? And then it's probably like a 1-2, get the merge. Right? And then that probably becomes like a 2-lane or something, and this breaks out. This is a 1-lane. Typically, not really a fan of that. But it's probably what we're going to want to do, right? So this becomes a 1-lane. And then chances are this becomes a 2-lane. Right? Coming out from the 3. And then this dips, right? And then what ends up happening is we should get this. I align it. And then I think we get this. We'll do the proper merge. And then... Oh, I need this loop first so that I could work the right around it. Oh, so it's going to be for... Okay. That's kind of interesting. So I would have to line that up with the loop before I can actually set that up. Okay. So from this angle, it's a right, and then our straight is a 2-lane. So this side is going to be a little bit different. It's going to be basically like this. And then this curls, and then this continues. And then eventually we just break out into one. Right? That's kind of what I'm looking for. So this is a 2 on the left. And then based off of the design, this is flat on the ground. That's fine. All right, I think we're good. I think we have a starting point. So I think this is a great spot to pause and destroy everything. Alright. That's the first step. And then we have to cap off the streets. There we go. Necessary things we gotta do. And then let me terraform this. So, you know, this isn't a thing we'll keep. Small issues with a little bit of terrain. It's fine. We can fix that. Looks something like that anyways. Alright, not bad. That reminds me of that comic of the fish that was going to work. And he tells his boss, you wouldn't believe what happened to the water today. And the boss is like, what happened? This guy named Moses came due. And the water just disappeared. And the fish boss is like, yeah, sure, buddy. You're gonna get fined for being late. This guy Moses, dude, came around, man. Man, water was gone. Alright, so with this design, technically, this is not the midpoint, but it's like on the outside line. If I were to make a left, that's the lineup. That's fine. So I know that the loop has to be beyond this, just given how this is. Because it's like this has to be a straight overpass, and then we have to merge into that. Ah, I guess that should be where we should start. Where should my straight be? Run the straight relative to the loop. That's actually a wild idea that I actually don't mind. Let me see if I can do that. So let's expand this by 10. Both sides. I know it's going to be a little weird because I need to basically dumpster this node. Should be okay. Yeah, man. They don't got the shocks, man. You gotta get the shock absorbers. I see you over there, Mr. Cupstack. Hope you're doing good. Alright, so I don't know how far back we're gonna have to merge it from, so we're just gonna do as far back as possible. Y'all know the setup. So this is here. Ideally, I think I don't actually move this. I actually just run this. And then I just do a merge out. Now, of course, this is a 2-1, so I do put the 1 space gap. I think it's going to be fine. What's going on, Fidelix? How are you? Welcome on in. Thank you guys for tuning in. Hope you guys are having a good Tuesdays. Hopefully you guys have chill times, nice weather. And I hope you guys are staying hydrated. That reminds me, I gotta take a sip of some of this coffee. I need some of the energy, some of the brain juice, so that we can actually do the interchange perfectly. Delicious. Black coffee. So, I almost debated myself today. You guys ever look at the milk and be like, It might be bad. And it's like you take a chance anyways. Alright, so that's the merge out. That's fine. That means we use this. And then we gotta do the split here, right? It's gonna be a weird split. I'll see you over there, Kios. Does it count? Technically, yeah. I guess it does. I guess it does. Alright, so... it comes out, right? So we should probably trim it here. And then... because we know this is going to be a 2-lane, right? Does Corona count? Who knows, man? Any sugar? I found coffee with sugar, but no milk to taste pretty bad. I actually do have sugar. It's... to me, it's weird. I used to not enjoy the taste of coffee until I got a AeroPress. And then when I got an AeroPress, I started to realize that it's basically tea. And that it tastes just like tea too, if you don't overseep it, which a lot of people do. And it's light. It gives you a lot more caffeine and energy, but it reminds me of tea, especially freshly brewed, not overseeped black tea that's kind of light. It reminds me a lot of like sweet tea if you just add sugar. It tastes very similar as well, but it's only if you do it properly. But yeah, that's actually what that reminds me of. So when we have this, we got to do this. And it's like, do we just do it like this? That shouldn't work, right? Like, I could have this here, but then it's like 1, 2, 5. All right, can I actually do a setup here? Oh, that is, okay. So it would be like this. 5 merge like this. All right, I'm gonna do something weird here with this design. We're gonna keep the 2-lane, but we're gonna do weird markings on the floor here, because what's gonna have to happen is I guess we got to do it like this. And then it's going to basically be here, right? And then that goes here, and then that goes here, right? And then this goes out 5, 5. That's basically the idea. And then this just goes straight through. And then this loops through to go out and straighten out. That's basically the idea we want. And then after we do the loop here, because we got to actually see where this comes from. This probably comes out a lot. There's probably a straight portion here that I need to add in. That needs to be like over on the side, so that when we do the loop and then this goes through, this actually lines up properly. But it's like, this is kind of the design I'm looking for. Not exactly like this, but it's like, and then we would have to loop here. And then we could do this. Right? And then we just merge. And then this is already elevated, and then we would have basically a split on this side. It'd be like this. right? And then this declines, and then this keeps going down, curls out that way, and merges on. And then it become a 3-lane highway and just comes out that way. So what I would need to figure out is the exact location of where this needs to be, because I think everything else lines up. This doesn't matter, we're going to have to line that up later. Which means, of course, we're going to have like a weird lane distribution here, which should be fine. I think this being this close is okay. Running low on data for a month. Gonna have to take off. Have a great stream. Take care. Have a good one, Mocha. We'll see you next time. Whenever the data's back. Impressive. You see that in your head. It makes sense. It makes sense. At least I think it does. So I'm probably going to want a smaller loop. I don't need something this large. And then I could probably move it a little bit more to the right. So I guess this first curve is the only curve that actually matters. Everything else probably is a minor thing, right? So let's line this up. We know this goes through. We know this goes and does that. So if I do the curve up this side, well, it's going to be probably a 7. So we're going to use a 280. And that's my curl box. What was wrong with the previous interchange? I didn't want a 3-level stack. I only want 2 levels. I don't want the elevation. It's just, you know, peculiar. I just didn't want a 3 elevation setup. And then what we're going to want to do after this is 1, 2, and then we go like this, and then that merges out. And then we have the elevated portion here. 1, 2, 3. And then since this is a straight O merge together. Yeah, the cars are 3 levels up. That's what 0, 9, 18? Yeah, 18 meters. 18 meters pretty tall, yeah. Don't know if they're gonna have fun landing with that. Alright, so this goes through. And then I believe that this was a single lane. Yeah, it has to be. And we add the lanes in later. So if that's the case, I think that means we do this 4. And that means this is the other side coming in. Now, I guess there's one thing we could do. We could actually move the single lanes next to each other like this. Try to keep it clean. It makes a lot of sense. So I think what we'll do is, I'm going to do this just so that we have the grid. Now, because of the type of merge we're going to want to have, I'm going to see if I can actually get it to work. So let's do a couple things here. Let's do that. And then we're going to do, let's do 10. Alright, so that's my 9 meters, and then this straightens out. Right, normal stuff. And then this is a single lane, right? Or it should be. And then we know that we're going to have a parallel to this, which is cool. Now, I don't know if it should be next to it or a 1 space gap. Because this is going to be a single lane. But then when we merge, it's going to become a 2 lane. And I want that to be left side oriented. That makes sense. 60 feet high. That's not quite parallel though. It's your eyes. You gotta get some glasses, man. Go to the doctor. Shouldn't be driving anymore. We gotta do that. And then we run this next to it. Now from here, it's gonna go like this then, and it's gonna be weird. This lines up. We're gonna run this by 10, mark 10, 5 merge, and then it becomes a 2. So it becomes like that. And then I would have to pull this down. Alright. So that's actually not bad. So this gets pulled down to line up. Wait, but then doesn't that have to get pulled down to line up with the 3-lane as well? That's probably fine. Which actually means this should be 40, right? Wait, and it merges back into here. So everything lines up to that, but it's not actually at that. Okay, I guess that's fine then. Yeah. So this is going to be 40. Well, 80, and then we do that setup. Right, so that goes like that, and then eventually this becomes a 3-lane setup. Because we add another right later. Yeah. And then this comes in this way. So when we go through, this is just straight through. Everything merges out a lot earlier. So because of that, this just ends up like this. I could actually have this be a lot closer. So I might actually move this to the inside, so it ends up looking like this. So instead of lining up, we move it 1 square to the right. So it's a little bit closer to it. 1 square gap, yeah, that's actually not bad. And then everything merges together and it lines up. Okay, we could do that. So we know that it's not 80. We know how the spacing should work out. All right, so we're going to line this up. 1, 2, 3, 9 meters. We're going to pull this 12 to here, 1 pillar setup. We're going to use this as our new straight line. And then we're going to pull this backwards. Right. So 24 minimum pillars, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we'll do another 12. All right. And then we got this. And then this needs to go through, of course. 10, 11, 12. Maximum length. We want this to do the trumpet loop. So here, and then it's from here, right? So technically it's here. And then we could do this backwards. 5, 6, 7, 7, minus 1. Yes, and then it is here to here, and this 140, that's actually perfect. So we do this. There we go. Force elevated. 1, 2, 3. And then we could do this. There we go. And then I could do this. And then we have a nice ramp setup now. There we go. So that's going to be the curl. That's going to be our loop. We'll do the merge at some point. I'll have to figure out where we want that. And then we'll do the right later. That's not really going to matter. So we're just going to do that. We know that the right... Oh, no. I don't have my left yet. Okay. So I don't have my left turn from the side. It goes straight. We have a right. I didn't actually work out how I was going to go in and make a left. So we were supposed to have an underpass, which is fine. Do I want to have a 1 space gap? That's basically what I need to decide on, right? Do I want that 1 space gap? Now, we know it's going to be here, right? So let me get this. Okay. It's probably best that we do this. Ground ourselves. All right, so the grid's proper. Gonna run this through just so that we could use the grid. Okay, so this could be the left turn, and then this could be the right turn. And then we know that from this setup, it's merging off of this. So one space gap, 1, 2, 3. Most likely, right? So here to here. Right? So then this would be our merge out from this to make the right and to go underground. Okay. So from here, I do... Oh, yeah, but then this is in the way. All right, we would have to make like a slight tunnel then. I hate to do a tunnel, but I think we have to at this point. So we would have to decline. Yeah, we would have to decline. And then we would probably do a tunnel that way. I'll probably have to decline a lot earlier. And then we could do the other side to just do the trumpet setup. So I don't want a tunnel. I want an underpass. How long is this segment? Well, there has to be a pillar specifically here. There's no way we avoid that. So the only options are we move this to be the underpass. Dude, that's so weird. Would you guys want to drive on the right side of the road to exit to the left side of the map? Is that weird? Like, if you had this, and then this feeds into this, that. This goes straight through as normal. And then this goes this way. And then this goes that way. They're not going to overlap, but is that normal? Like, is that weird? I feel like that's kind of weird, man. No. Wait, so is it weird or is it not weird? Because it feels like... I mean, it's weird though, right? Because the left lane doesn't turn left. The left lane is through traffic. Because I'm thinking that if we swap it, right, so that this side is a right, I could easily just have the underpass on this side. Right? And then what I'd be able to do is basically get the underpass without the pillars being an issue. Technically, something like that. That's counterintuitive, especially if you leave the highway together. They do. That's the thing. It's basically going to be... it's going to basically kind of be like this, but swapped. This goes straight, and then this is the breakout to turn left or right. That would have worked out kind of nice, though, if I was able to do that. The only other method would be to have it be here. We would go down, and then this would slither to the left, and then sink underneath. This would continue straight, make a right, make a left, make a right. Oh, I see what you're saying. You want me to use this node, basically. Because the idea is basically this. So it's like, we go this way. Right? For the right turn. And then this goes out and merges in, right? But then at this point, we could just go like this. So then we end up getting like a weird S-curve. Kind of like that. So you go down, make a right, and then this turns left. Because then we could just go in like that. The problem is that those turns are a little bit too much. This makes more sense, to be honest. Shorter drive. Yeah, I'm probably going to keep this better, I think. Now, the thing with this that's kind of awkward now is some of the pillar placements. Because I think what's supposed to happen from here, it's... So 4, and then we move it 1 over. Right? And then we get this issue. That's the only thing I'm a little bit worried about. If we keep this as proper, though, and have this not actually moved over like this, I think we'd be fine. This is actually why we go through the motions, because the spacing is actually pretty important. Because if I could do this, I naturally have enough space in between the highways here for the left turn. And that's actually kind of nice. I guess we could just roll like that and utilize this to be a straight. Everything else is just a merge out then. We have this go through, have that go down. Yeah, it's probably just going to have to be like that. Alright, so since that's going to be like that, that turns in. We have the up, we have the down. It's not going to look exactly like that anymore, but we have a better idea. Okay, so of course this means that we'll probably have to have something on this side now. And then based off of this... we have another loop left turn that we have to set up. Okay. So of course this goes through. 10, 11, 12. I'll probably need this to come through. And then... we're probably going to want to do a little bit of trimming for this design. So this is not actually the setup. We need to move this one over. So it's 1, 2, 3. Right? And then this loops into here, basically. That's going to be the setup. So loop, loop, right? Now, before we do the loop, does that make sense? This underpass straight. So I do need to sink this down so that we could get the left here. But I need to put the grid here first just to get it to work. Oh, and the normal spacing makes so much sense so that we could get lanes in between. Yeah. Yeah, okay, okay. And then because of that, we know this is the straight line. All right, so we'll go to here. Ground, and then we want to have the grid. So we know that we're going to have to space out one space gap. And this is going to be a 1, 2 setup. And then there's a good chance that we have to run another setup here, that it's going to be a split 1, 1. This lines up with this. That's actually what I'm worried about. Oh, I could already do a realignment like I'm doing on the other side. Right? We could move this into the middle so that this could just make a left. Yeah, okay. So this is supposed to go under. This is supposed to go under as well. So that would naturally make sense. Okay. So can I do a small delete setup here? And then we'll probably do it like that. And then we want it this node. Okay. This probably gets deleted, and we want to do this here. And then we just do a calculated curve, and then we merge. So then we basically do an S curve here that we could easily do. And that justifies this now, so that we could just loop into here and not worry about that. This is going to be on ground level. This is going to sink underneath. This is going to sink underneath and go as an underpass setup. 2 levels. And then we have the ground level for the second 2-level setup for the trumpet loop. I think that all works. So from here, this is a right. We have the loop. We go in and we do the merge properly. That part is easy. This comes in left. And this is also a straight. And then the only thing I'm missing is a right turn. Simple setup. Okay. We'll do the right turns there last, because I think those are going to be very large right turns, just so that the scale of the interchange makes sense. All right, so some of the merges we're going to have to realign. Let's delete this. And then we know that we're going to have to redo this part. If we're going to do a 7 setup, here this is 2. And then to make it 7, this needs to be 5. And then from here, it's 5, 6, 7. 7 and then +1. So I want this fully to be a ramp. We'll do it like that. 5, 6, 7. 7 +1. 5, 6, 7. 7 +1. All right, now from here, we're gonna have to do a little bit of a pillar shenanigan, because this needs to go across to here, and then we'll go across like that. So pillar here and a pillar here. That should be fine. Oh no, this is a wrong pillar. There we go, because this needs to come from that side. Oh, actually, I didn't think about this. Hold up. This is going to be an underpass, right? So this has to elevate upwards. Oh, okay, okay. I'm going to have to slightly change that then. Because since this is an underpass, right? This is going underneath. The elevation is going to be a little bit different, because this is going to be grounded. Could I make both of the lefts underground? Wait. So this one is going to here. No, it's going to... Hold up. Oh, this is not correct. Ah, shit. I messed up, boys. This is a straight. What am I doing? Yeah, this is a straight. So the right needs to break out from here. Ah. 5, 6, 7. There we go. There we go. Now this is proper. Yeah, this was supposed to come straight through and then connect. I messed that up. Alright, so this would come straight through. We would break out to make the left. That makes a lot of sense. Of course, this also means that, yeah, we're gonna have to break out early. And then... if this is grounded like this, and then we run up second line here, that means we do this, which is fine. That means then I don't have that left turn I was talking about. So the middle lane left turn. Now the crazy thing with this is, I think I could do it. It would be a crackpot design though. But I think at the end of the day, it's going to give us a better design. So we're going to change it up. So I wanted initially this to be grounded and the other left turn to be an underpass. But it kind of messes with how this loop works. So because of that, I'm gonna make a minor change. So since I want both of these loops to be symmetrical, and we're gonna run the left turns in the center, like this. I think what's gonna end up happening is we sink this down so it's basically sunken into the dirt. And then we make the underpass basically here. And it's from both sides. And it's because it's a left, there's no collision. And we'll both have them at the same height. So the center lane becomes the left turn underpassing under the highway, coming up, and then merging into the highway. And it'll do it on both sides. The only thing we would need to do with that is to do a little bit of ramp work. But I think if we do that, it works out pretty well. So I think that means we do that last. Okay, so if that's the case, let's work on everything else first. So let's make the connection. We have that, right? This is gonna go through as it should. That's gonna be our straight. Let's delete this. This is gonna be our straight, right? Simple stuff. We will have this come through. No, we would have to merge, right? We have to decide where we want to merge. And then this comes in from here, and that means I will have to have my right turn, right? Because if this comes in like this, if I come through as I think I should, so I think this gets deleted then, right? It should probably look like that. I think the visual effect is a little bit better if we cross before we merge, have the more lanes here. And then, yeah, that means we could use this as a wide right. And then we would just have to worry about this merging from this. So then we're going to merge once, merge twice, or we could do both at the same time. We could probably do both merges at the same time. 2 lane off of this. Make this a single lane, and then we go 1, 2. Now this is going to be weird because we're going to be going... Oh no, this would stay grounded actually because this is sinking down. Ooh, okay, so this is fine. We can keep this on the ground. This is on the ground. We would just have to worry about the left lane merge setup. Okay, so that's fine. Then we have to worry about... so here, here, here. Yeah, so then we would have this be the right turn basically. So this is the other right turn. Of course, that goes into an elevated layer and it's going to merge in. That's going to be fine. We could probably do both of these. 1 + 1 = 2, and then merge in 2 at the same time. We could also merge this early and then merge this later. It doesn't really matter how we do that at this point. It's just going to be determined by how we do the other side, I think. So we'll do this part last, but then we kind of have an idea how that should work. So the only other thing we're missing now is the right turn setup. We're not going to need this anymore. So we would come in, break out, do the right, straight, and then the left right there. Okay, cool. It's coming together, boys. I know this sounds crazy, and it looks like I'm probably just talking to myself. I'm pretty much am. But I think this is going to be a nice 2-level interchange. I'm not going to have too many different heights. I think it's going to look great. Alright, so let's do this turn first. So the easy thing with this is just line up the nodes. So we just take this, and then we're just going to delete that. This should already be grounded, right? It should. It actually should. Like, it's at a point where I think it needs to be grounded. This is 140. Oh, ha, slightly off. Okay, so it's not here. It's here. It's 100, 100. Oh, that's tough. I wonder if I could merge that early. And then this is 100. This is 140. Okay, that's tough. That cloverleaf loop, it's not gonna look great. This might have been better. This straight setup. Honestly. So that we don't have to have an excessive turn. Swervy roads. I mean, that looks nice, but like reality is we don't need that design. And then we'll just have this merge in normally. Right? Have the normal merge setup. Make the right coming in. Have that come out, do the S-curve right here. Alright, so that means this is gone. We're gonna do this from the ground level first. And then we have to do the S-curve after that. And then basically we will ramp it down to do this setup. And then we should be alright. So the biggest thing is going to be the turn, right? So let's do this left turn first. So this comes from here. Here to here is a 160. That's an 8. Let's go with the 12. Okay, so it's a little bit of a road issue. That's an 8. That's a 12. 240, yeah. And then here to here is 140. $240, perfect. So that's my point that I want to connect to. And then that curls into here. So I need to go from here to the merge. And I want this to be flat. The thing is that this side doesn't have to be flat, but this side does. And since we're going to be off ramping from the same ramp, it's going to have to be like that. So from here, we know that we got to do this. 5, it's going to basically be here. And then probably pull this back. Just so that the angle works out a little bit better. 60-60. Oh, that's a tight turn. That's the thing about that's a tight turn. Alright, so what's the angle here? So this has to be like this, so then we have to pull and then do a diagonal, right? So I guess we could use this to determine how we got to do this turn. So the pillars could always be relocated. Here to here is a 21, or it's 20 and a half. So we could do 5, 5, 10. Let's do that. 5, 5, 11. Slightly off. Let's not do that. Let's do 6, 24. Okay, so like right here could be it. So where the pillar is. That's a 13. That's not what I'm looking for, so. It wasn't here, but here. 24, there we go. And then from here, it's here. So 120, 120, 24. That's actually the setup. So that would mean we will pull this back 5. That lines up. And then this pulls back 5. And then technically we kind of have a turn angle here. And then we pull this back by 60. Yeah, so here to here would be our slight turn. And then we do a slight turn from here to here to here. we got to do the S-curve. So no grid, just road length. So this is 120, 120. No dotted lines. And then we got a S-curve here, basically. So we're going to do it like this. Right? So we're going to basically snake around the pillars. And then we'll have this come in like that. Right? So that's going to be the design that we're going to utilize. Now, of course, we're going to have to sink this down underneath so that we could slide underneath everything. So we're going to do that later. We're just going to do this first on the flat ground, and then we have everything look nice afterwards. All right, so this is going to be where we merge. We're just going to do a 5-unit split. Come on. Oh, I don't have grids snapping on. That's fine. All right, let's delete this. Here. Line up to the center. Let's put a 5-unit here. And this is a 5-4. And then this should be a 2-lane. And then we should get a ramp. So after we get off the ramp, we don't immediately do the merge. I mean, that shouldn't matter. We can have that like immediately there. Another thing I'm thinking about doing is not actually doing a proper merge of that split. What might be better is this. That might actually be better, so that we actually get the node controller to actually line up a little bit smoother. Like, honestly, this might be the better design. Just because the merge that we do is typically just a vanilla thing off of a straight. But when you're splitting, it's probably better just drag like the way I just did. Alright, we'll keep it like that, and then this just merges in normal stuff. Alright, so from here to here, let's do 10, 11, 12. And then we're going to use a 6-6 setup, 5-6. Sure. We'll do that. That goes out this way. That goes out that way. And then technically, let's pull this back. Let's get a longer segment. So it should be like that. We're going to adjust this to the left, though. I might want to pull this closer. Because honestly, I don't think this needs to flatten out. Yeah. This might be better just like that. Having a longer, smoother ride. And then we'll just do the node controller right here. That's probably better. We'll set that up like that for now. Alright, so that's going to be this side, left, right, straight's just going to go through. Right, and then we'll have the left turn. And then this is going to be a single lane. And then we have to merge it. Okay. So this doesn't have to merge here. We could do that a little bit later. So do I want this to expand out slightly? I probably want this to be straight for a second. So we'll use a 10-unit straight segment, and then we just do the merge. We'll do a 5-5 merge. So we need to pick out 10 units. So it's going to be here. 5-5. And then we'll merge that a little bit after. What's going on, Zero Dragon? How are you? I see you over there. Hope you're doing well. So that's gonna merge in. It's gonna look like that. Well, not gonna be exact like that, but that's gonna be like that. And then this is gonna become a 2-lane, and then we're gonna have the right turn come in and merge in as well. So the right turn is gonna merge in a little bit later, which should be okay. Alright, that's not bad. So this, we need to decide where we want to do this, because we're going to have this right here as well. This part should be straightforward though. It's just going to be a trumpet loop. Right, so it's just going to go like that, normal stuff. Oh, I need to fix this part. There we go. Alright, so we would have that. This is also a 1 later. Cool. We're gonna have to do the S-curve here. I'm probably gonna use the same road angle so that we could do everything symmetrically. And then from here, I need to go here to here. 260. So 240 is up to here. Alright. It's gonna be like that, similar to the other side. This is gonna be 120 as it should, and then we'll do the 240 setup to the side. And then this is gonna go here, 260. Okay, that's funny how that lines up. We want to go to here. And then this is gonna go out for 10 units. And then, oh wow. What a spot to be the merge. What a spot to be the merge. We go here to here, here to here, right? And then this is the merge. Similar on that side. So then I would have to move this out a little bit, which is fine. We got to do it. Okay, we can just keep it like that then. This is single lane. This is single lane, right? Until we get the right and until we get this left. Should be single lane. And then depending on where we start the merge. Yeah. Alright, so now we got to do this one. So it's going to be like this, but we're looking for a 240. Alright. And then after that, it was the merge split. Oh yeah, okay. So we do that, and then this is a 5. And then we get the second setup here, this goes here, and then this becomes the merge. Like that? No, it's the other way around. Here. 5. There we go. And then dotted lines. 5, 6. I don't think the grid's helping. Alright, so it's 120, 120. Nice. And then we got to do the setup. Alright, so we got the S-curve in, that's deleted. Then we have, yeah, that's deleted. This technically starts becoming the right turn from here. So this is not what I need. We go here. This is a 7, so I go with a 9, right? 10, 9, 9. And then I want this turn angle, right? So we delete this. This comes out straight. This becomes the turn angle. 120, 120, perfect. And then we do this setup. Yeah, that's basically the same merge. And then this side is the only thing we gotta fix. So this comes out. Basically, I should just do this. Alright, do I get this? It's the only thing I'm a little bit curious about. If I do this, and this is a 2-lane, right? And this is a 1-lane, as it should be. If I do a setup here, so let me set up the setup. If I do this, and then this is a 10, so let's do a 5-5. If I do that, and then I do this, this is fine looking, actually. I could probably just adjust, like, this is not actually that bad. This is actually just not that bad. And then I'd just be able to just do the turn, right? Alright, so that means we could probably just keep it like this. Let's downgrade this. So what we're going to do from this part is, this is a 10. Let's do a 10 here. That's a 180. So the turns are different. I mean, I can't complain, right? Because the left turn's on the inside lane. It makes a lot of sense. So the question ends up being... let me just delete this. That's not going to matter. Do I want to have a larger turn on the side, or do I want to have the same turn angle? I think we do the larger turn angle, sadly. 180, that's what, 40? $180, 180. So we do this. Alright, so that's a larger angle turn on that side. This has to be skinnier because it's a little bit closer. This is immediately next to the straight, which is basically where the left is. So the angle is going to be a little bit larger to fill up the gap space. Should be fine though. Shouldn't actually be a problem. So we would have to do the similar thing on this side then with that setup. Okay. So first things first, I think we're gonna downgrade this. Force elevate, of course. There is a node issue here that we're just gonna dumpster. And then I think I just need to terraform this. We gotta do what we gotta do, right? So we gotta push this out. The water shouldn't be a problem, so this should be okay. I should be able to just delete that, delete this, delete this, delete this. Have this come out, look at the terrain. All right, that's fine. So I want to do this here. Here to here is an 80. That is a 4. If I do a 9, I need to add 5. So this is a 180 now. And then basically we need to go out by 180. Right? And then we could merge a little bit later. All right, so we're going to have part of the interchange merge on the water, which kind of sucks. I could try to shrink this, but I don't think we should. This should be how we have to do it. The other thing we could do is actually curl it out on the second half. That could be the other thing we do, which is basically asking for this. And then this is what? 40, 40? And then we could merge earlier as a result. That, I think we'll take, which means I redo this side as well. And I think it's worth it. So this goes down to here. 5, 6, 7. I think we do. It's kind of weird, but I think this is better just for the merge situation. So this merges in, becomes a 2. And then from here to here is a 11. Okay, interesting. So what we could probably do is do a 5. Line that up, actually. And then have this merge from here to here. And then it just becomes its own lane afterwards. So this would be like this. That still is fine. This is how much? 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, I can't really modify that. So then this part basically becomes this. 5, 5. This becomes a 2, 1, 3. Alright, so then that merge looks kind of weird. Alright, so I would need to do this to line that up, which is fine. This is honestly kind of weird. How come that looked a lot better? Maybe because this was, this is elevated. Maybe it's also because of the turn angle for the merge. Maybe there's not enough space here. Alright, so let's do it like that. And we know this is a 10, so let's do a 10-9 setup. That's a lot better looking. What the hell? Alright, let's do a 5. Yeah, that just looks gross. Alright, 10-9. Just the merge just looks a lot better. Alright, so this is already aligned, right? Technically, I do move this up, so that's going to be fine. We'll do that soon. I'll probably do that now. Right, because that has to happen. Oh, but then the top gets okay, that's unfortunate. Now the top doesn't really line up. Right? So I can't do that then. I have to just dumpster this. So I have to keep it like this. This has to just stay there. So when we merge out, this is gonna look weird. Dude, that's actually really unfortunate. Maybe we could change that a little bit later. Okay, that goes out like that. Should be okay. Alright, so now over here. After we cross, I think we're going to do the merge. So it's going to be a 10, and then a 10. And then we do a 5, merge into the node. Lines up like that. We do pull this up, so that's going to be fine. This breaks out, and then we got to do the right here. Oh, yeah, then they gotta merge. It should be fine. We know this is gonna stay grounded, so that's okay. So we'll do... I'm thinking that we could decline before we merge, so that we can merge on the ground. Like, it's not gonna make a difference, though. I guess we do that later, then. It's not gonna worry too much. Alright, so let's go with a 12-point setup. So that's basically right here. 240. So that means this would come out... Oh, shit. This would come out to here. And then we would have here to here. Here. That would be this setup. And then we would just have to do a merge. Oh, that's so close. Yeah, I could do that. So then we could have the node be at the same spot. Can I force ground this? 10? There we go. So it has to be like that. And then after the straight... Okay, so it doesn't really matter then. So I go like this. Oh, or not. Okay. So... Yeah, no, it's fine. This is 7. So we're going to go 1, 2. Should be okay. This should be a 2-lane. There we go. I probably have to re-straighten that out, but it's fine. And then that's the problem right here. We have this part that's going to be fun. Because the one lane right here doesn't actually line up. Oh man, that's very unfortunate. I might be able to make this work though. It's just going to have to be a little bit jank. Alright, so we have that. That comes out. And then this is 240. And then 240 is here. And then, of course, this basically just is the normal turn setup. Okay, that's not good. 10, 11, 10, 11, 12. There we go. And then I just have to do the angles a little bit better for this right here. We'll make it into a bend instead of a middle node. So that comes out. Now, since this is elevated and I want it to decline, I'll probably do it up to this node. So we'll probably do it like this. The weird thing about this is that we know this is going to be a merge. Right? It's gonna look like that. And then afterwards, it's gonna look like this. I guess we could do it like this as well. Have both of these merge. And then use this as the setup. 10. Let's go a little bit longer. 15, 14. And then we could anchor this. 5, 6, 7. Do that same merge. All right. Now, realistically, man, I'm not a fan of that. I think I'd rather do it like this. $280. $5, and then we get the merge. And this should be fine because I pull this down. This road, which should be okay. So this should be like that. Single lane comes out this way. After that, we immediately merge on a 10-point scale. And then this was a 10-9. So here to here, here to here. And then we have that. And then this was a 5 curve. So it's here. Right? So this is how this is supposed to look like. Here. This becomes a 2-lane, and then this becomes a 3-lane. And it's that node that looks weird. Oh no! Oh my god. My iPad just powered off. I turned off roaming, and it's still having issues with power. God damn it, man. I hate this game. I have my iPad plugged in, and the power just keeps draining. FML, dude. Alright, so I had to do a weird merge for this to line up. I think that's fine, though. Yo, man, I don't know what to tell you, man. This iPad's being weird. Alright, so we're gonna shift this upwards so that we don't have a weird node anymore. And then this way, we don't have to worry about, like, a broken node situation. Right? It's green now, so cars drive on this normally, which is kind of what we wanted. We also are going to be merging this in. The lanes should line up, so everything here should be fine. And then I got to upgrade this. Here and here. This goes the other way. No! It is... I don't know the brand name. This is one of the ones I got off of Amazon. Now, the reason why I'm using it is because... You know what's funny? I was hanging out with someone like months ago. And when I was hanging out with them, in their card, they had the same exact cable that I have, and they had the same problem. Well, it wasn't the same problem. Theirs just didn't charge anymore. Mine still charges, it's just slow, to the point where I can't have it running. That might be your problem. Apple cords have a special chip in them to regulate power. That is such an Apple thing to do. I don't think I've seen another company as greedy or capitalistic as Apple that actually still has a fan following. It's kind of insane, dude. Like, whatever they do at Apple, man, that shit works. Because people are just blindly going, yeah, I'll pay for that. It's kind of wild, man. It's kind of wild. It's not the regular power, it's the gatekeep power. Yep. I mean, you know, man. Be like that sometimes. Typical Apple stuff. Get a real one. Gotta get the Apple brand. That's so ridiculous. I bet you that's the reason why they stopped actually giving you USB cables to charge. To off chance you buy the wrong products, that's still a USB cable that charges other products. It's just that theirs is a little bit special. That's gross, man. I'm gonna be real. Absolutely gross. Alright, so it should be here. So technically, that's what I'm looking for. 5, 6, 7. And then I want to have a wide merge. This should come out like this. We should be able to delete that. This is a weird segment that I'll probably just downgrade. And then from here, we do the split. Oh, no, I messed up. That's not correct. This is actually where I was supposed to do it. Here we go. Now it's 280. Alright, I had that wrong. Yeah, that lines up now. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. 5, 6, 7. This comes in. Ricardo, I see you. Appreciate the kind words. This comes in this way. And then we got to measure this out the other way. That's basically here. So after we do the curve, we had 10 unit segment. Okay, so this is weird because of what I want to do, right? Yeah, so this is weird because of what I want to do. So this curve is going to have to elevate to get to the correct height, right? Normal stuff. You got to elevate to get to the correct height. So this is 9 meters above the ground. So I probably end up doing a 1, 2, 3. So it's going to be here. So 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. And this is supposed to be elevated. There we go. All right, now from here we go 10 plus 1. That's actually what I'm looking for. And then I should be able to do that from here. 10, 11, 12, permanently elevate and curl in. I should be able to just get this. And then this should just line up. And then I should be able to merge into here in the same fashion I did on this side. So this was a 10-point merge, 5, 5. So this should be okay. This is a 10. This is a 5, 5. This becomes a 2. Now that was for a segment of 60. It's 4 units. 5, 4. And then the segment was, I believe, 10. Yes, okay. So from here, I need to go to here, here, and then here. And then this is 5, 5. There we go. All right, so we have the majority of this done. I'm gonna start deleting some of the idea holders that we had for how the design was supposed to work. We don't need this anymore, so we're just gonna delete this. And then this is not actually aligned. Same thing over here. We're gonna have to redo that as well. It's fine. And then we have to align some of the roads here, which is good. I don't need to really worry about that. And what it comes down to is doing the left turns. Okay. So we got to do that part next. This part should be easy. This part should be easy. First things first, we got to delete this and this. And then we got to do the proper setup. So this is a 120, lines up with the straight. And this is also a 120. Now the problem with this 120 though that we got to do is that it needs to go down 9 meters. Now the thing with this is that I want this grounded. So 5, 6. So this is going to force that on the ground like that. So next thing we're going to do is pull a anchor. We're going to delete this, and then we're going to delete that. Going to pull this back out by 5, 6. This is supposed to be where the left turn height is supposed to be. So this is going to be our new anchor point. Now from here to here, this is going to be a 12. 6 plus 6 equals 12. And then we'll be able to do that soon. This is going to be how we transition down. And once we get to here, and we're going to turn out, right? So what I should be able to do is take this. This was 10 units. And I should be able to just do this, because I'm looking for the grid. We take this, go backwards, but I'm going to force this to go down. 1, 2, 3. That's -9, and we're going to have this weird bump. At that height, because you can see we're in the underground mode, I'm just going to pull this out to here and go to here. It's going to go underneath everything. Now, the problem is that the other roads are being weird because they're grounded. So we got to fix that by having that be a elevator road. So we're going to home to be back on ground level, and then we're going to elevate this road. So here, 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 here. Now you can see we have an underpass. So we're going to do that over here as well, so that the terrain shifting is a little bit smoother. And I'll probably make it so that the ramp is part of the elevation as well. We'll do that in a little bit of time. So we have the underpass here. This should be elevated slightly for the sink down underneath. Now the thing with this is that this is already elevated, so the decline angle doesn't really matter too much. But then that's going to be our left turn. I might be able to start inclining a little bit early from like that node over here. So here to here be a little bit early, and this would be a little bit smoother. Ideally though, I would actually have the middle merge a little bit later. I could merge at the same spot, theoretically, yeah. So if I were to come from here and merge like a fork merges. This is 10, 15. 15's not bad. I mean, it's better than what we already have, realistically. And then I would have to ramp this as well, so that we don't have that weird problem. I'm probably gonna have to ramp this whole thing, right? Because I'm gonna have to do the left turn here as well, right? So chances are this is also a ramp. Ramp, ramp, ramp. Makes a lot of sense. I actually like that idea. So this comes up to here, huh? And then we do the setup here. So this is also a... Oh, we could do a better node setup then at this spot. Wait a second. Yeah, so then this would be dumpstered. Okay. Yeah, that's a middle node. Yeah, that's proper now. So then I could delete this, and then we could have the same spot now. So theoretically, I could just do a no node 5, 5, 5, 5. Take this. Oh, and then this part's kind of jank. So this is a little bit weird. We do this. Ah, yeah. Okay, so here to here, 10, 11, 12. I'm gonna do this so the node gets realigned. And then we flip that. Redo this so it's the middle node, connects that. And then now we could actually do this properly. So we have a 68-degree angle, 28. Let's go with 40 here. Doesn't really work, so let's go with a 50. That's a 0 now. So go with 50 all, except for the red node. Let's pull this back to 10. So you can see that we have a proper split merge now. It's a little bit better. They each get their own lane, so I don't actually have to worry too much about this. And we could basically go from here to here now for the straight slope. So we have straight slope enabled, so that's automatically going to force the elevation like that. Smooths it out. I think that's a little bit better than what we had before. Of course, we're still going to have to upgrade the rest of this. This is the wrong way for some reason. And then it comes up, merges in. I think that's going to be fine. That's going to be our design. I won't be able to merge that. And if this goes into the middle, this is going to be a little bit jank, sadly. I'll have to like do a weird angle here for that to work. All right, so that's going to be that. And now we got to do the S-curve. Everything here is elevated, so I could massage that pretty easily. All right, so how we got to do this? Let's go to home level. So this is at the underground height, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then here to here, right? So we're -9, and then we have 4 nodes. Well, technically it's not. It's... We could go down, up 3 meters on the 6-unit segment. I'm not really a fan of that. So what we could do instead, because it's 9, do 2, 2, 5. I actually don't mind that. So if I can, I want to see if I could do this. So we're going to lower this down to single 1 meter. We're going to pull off of this. We're going to force elevation so we could actually push into the terrain. We want to go 5, 6, and then we want to go 1, 2, so that we're -7. Same thing on this side. This is 5, 6. We want to go -1, -2, so we're -2. From here, this goes into here. So this is a forced ramp, right, of a decline. And then now with the nodes, we could line up 5, 6, 600, 600, and then turn this off. And then we do that. So now we have a midpoint. So we basically delete this part. And then we need to pull from the anchor. So 5, 6. That forces the terrain. And then we have to do the same thing on the other side. There we go. So now it's a smooth declining ramp. And then we have to just pull this road off to the left. And we will be able to do that slightly. Not really too worried about that. I will get this upgraded. Delete. Alright, so that's a slow decline S-curve to realign. We shouldn't need this anymore. This should work, right? We want to bend this node. Yeah, there we go. The node bend is what I'm looking for. And then this is the only part I need to really worry about. Since... Can we do a custom? I guess we have to bend it. Can we 0 angle this? Okay, now because of that, that's kind of a problem. I can't pull this. I can't pull that. And it's because of this side. Okay, so we're going to have to custom this. Yeah, we're going to have to move this out if we can. Oh, that's tough. All right, can we do a 10, 5, 0? 10, 5, 0. Red is 5, so red is 5. 10, 5, 0. And then I could just bend that. And then this side's a little bit better, so I could try to 0 this. So 20, this is, that doesn't matter. Let's go with 30, 30. Yeah, we get the 0 angle here. And then we'll just keep that. It's very slight. Alright, can we go up to 7? I basically don't want this section to be red, because if you do, you have road issues where the cars don't know how to drive on it and the AI kind of freaks out and they basically kind of just break itself. So we need to actually be weary of that. So that's fine. We move this over, which we'll be able to do soon. And then we got to do the left turn on the other side. Let me do this part first. No, actually, no. Let me do this part first. So we know that this merge at this point needs to break off of this, right? Off of that. So we got to do whatever we have here on this side. I just want to have the freeways be able to connect. So after we do this, about 17 units out of 2,000. Yeah, 1720. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 1700, 1720 because of the ramp, yep. And then this part is 12. So after the merge, this is supposed to be grounded, which is fine. 10, 1, 2, 3. So close. Here. Oh, what the heck? Here. The node broke my grid. I need to be here, right? So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, perfect. So we delete this. Alright, so that goes in. Alright, so we know we're merging in, and then technically this should be down a little bit early. Right, that's fine. We'll probably change exactly where that needs to be a little bit sooner. We do that. This goes there. So this is... Oh, wait. That 17 is a ramp. So that's basically a straight line. Okay, that doesn't change. Shit. Okay, now from here to 12. Ah, that's what I needed to change. Okay, so this would mean that this should line up to here, and then this goes like this. Yeah. It's the opposite, basically. Yep. So then this becomes a 2-lane. Let's actually ground that, go that way. Okay, now from here, we want to go here. And then this is a 5, 6. Right, like that. So now I could delete this. This, honestly, shouldn't really matter. Right, that just goes straight like that. Alright, so what I would need to do is to move this over so that this pillar slightly shifts. And I think this works like this. Oh, I didn't do this properly. It evened out. Okay. You see how this is shifting over to the left? That's what's going to move this pillar. Oh no, not enough. Alright, I might just have to relocate the pillar in general. But I needed to do this anyway, so that we could line up the lanes a little bit better. This was always something I had to do. Right? So that the lane lines up. Looks like that just ends up being a bad spot. It's unfortunate. There's a pillar here. Okay, so I can move this from here to here. And it's being bent. Okay. So I would delete this, delete that, and go like this. Then I could delete that, go back into here, pull that up, and then this is straight again. And they just took the pillar in general, huh? Yeah, they just don't give me the pillar. I'm just gonna put this back. Oh, they don't want to give it to me. Dude, that was a pillar, dude. Alright, let me change everything in general then. Alright, so here to here. Alright, so we would have anchor points basically here to here. And then here to here is 10. We could move that to here. Delete this. Which allows me to move the other pillar another 2 units. Right? Because here to here is 10. 11, 12. We go that way. That gets bent too. So then now I could do this. And then we could delete that. The pillars are there. That's what I wanted. And then now we realign. And then I could delete this now. Alright, so a pillar here and a pillar here. Nice. Just to get the underpass. That pillar was road centered. I know, man. That was such a bad spot. Alright, so we're able to relocate the pillars a little bit better as a result. I think that's nice. I gotta pull up my pants. My pants is sagging for no reason. Alright, so that should be good. We got the left turn. I gotta soften the terrain so that the underpass is a little bit smoother. This is a aligned road now, so left, make out for the left to right. That works. We gotta fix this part though, that we gotta do. Alright, so we have this left turn, this is fine. Right, and I think... Alright, so this is where it gets weird. This is where it gets weird. God damn it. Right here. This freaking node setup. Because it's the same thing we have here. I know this needs to be like this. I think this needs to be like that. Because, like, it doesn't line up, right? So it's like I have to curve this. It's like I have to curve this. There's, like, no way around it. Right? This is fine, right? I think this is fine. I don't like how it's not aligned, if that makes sense. Because we could pull this back a lot more. And then what we could also do is angle this side. So it's a little bit non-straight. The only thing is this weird grass right here. Like, we didn't need that. We did not need this. So I'll probably want to do a forced ramp here. The forced ramp is probably not bad. I think while this is nice, I think this needs to be pulled back so that the chevron looks a little bit better. I kind of like how this is not aligned though. It's like, you know, you got your arrows. I guess this is okay. This is the one thing I was worried about, because it's gonna look like this before you actually use the stitches. I guess this is fine. Yeah, I want to say we should be fine. All right, we'll live with that. Let's fix this part. Delete here. Let's force ramp this. I guess we could keep this grounded. No, let's ramp this part. Let me see what happens if we go half-half. All right, so first things first, this is a bend 10-7. This is 10-0, and then the red is a 7. All right? And that's a bend. That's also a bend. All right, so then here was a 30 all, more or less. This wasn't needed anymore. Yeah, 30, 10, 10. Yep. So 30, 10, 0. And that's more or less our split. Which is fine. It's kind of weird when it's half grounded, half elevated. I guess I should do this. And then it feeds out into the ground. Oh, a line left right here. That's interesting. I'm actually not sure. Oh, it wouldn't change much, yeah. It doesn't actually change anything because it's curved in. It would have been different if I didn't merge it out. I think. So basically what we have is this. And then we have that. And then this is a 14, right? Something like that. So that's the merge that I have. That's technically the merge that we could do. That doesn't really work. Now I can't align this, right? So then this has to get pulled back. If I can, I would want to push that up. Pull this here, pull this back. Can't pull that forward, huh? I don't think there'll be any different. Well, I don't think I could actually do anything with the left align. I don't think it works. What we could do is pull this up. That's something that's more realistically to happen. If this was to pull up a little bit and align with this, that would be possible. I just don't know how that would look. And I don't want to do it. I think this is fine. So we'll keep it like that. What I do kind of want to do, though, is pull this all the way through, if possible. Could I have done a 0 here? Oh, that wouldn't have been nice. This is, I guess, the only dilemma right here. Oh, I see what I could have done. That might be a little bit better looking, yeah. Okay, let me see if I could improve this then. I wouldn't be able to do it on this side though. So I don't know if I even want to attempt it anymore. Now we should just keep it like this. I was thinking about doing something like this. I was thinking about doing something like that, so that we could have this be straight, and then it would be, well, it wouldn't be like that, but we align this to the bottom, and then if I were to do the markers here, it would be very apparent, right? That would be how the design would look. The only problem is that we have this large square of pavement for no reason. Because we could technically do that instead of actually breaking it apart. And then the upside would be is that you would kind of look flush instead of having this weird break apart. To be honest, that's a weird break apart, right? But then it's like, yeah, if we do this, I won't be able to have a slightly elevated turn right here for the other side. Because if I do it here, I probably want it symmetry. Have on the other side, it's probably not going to work well. Alright, so let's just avoid this. We'll just take this as proper. This is no longer needed. This should be fine. Oops. Alright, now here. Alright, I need to align this. There's no way around that. Oh, does that compromise this with the pillar? It does. Okay, we're gonna have to modify that on the other side. That's gonna be fine. Okay. Pillar shenanigans, as always. There we go. So we have more space now, so that I could actually pull this out to a line, which is what I was thinking. Alright, so we're not going to modify the loop. We're just going to make it like that. Alright, slight modification on that, just for a little bit of spacing. Line that up, so it looks nice. These are middle nodes. Looking good. Alright, so it's only this random pillar right here, right? Yep. Alright, so it goes here. Alright, we're gonna need pillars in the middle. Okay. That's fine. And then we gotta redo this part. Alright, we'll do that right now. So this is force elevation, and we're at 1 step. So we're gonna go 5, 6. And we're gonna go down to -9. No, 7. There we go. Anchor that. Delete the rest. 5, 6. And we're gonna go down to -9. That should be the height. Back down to ground level 5, 4, 5, 6, -2. We could delete this. With straight slope enabled, I should be able to do that. And then that should be the curve. So it's delete, delete. Here, 1, 2, 3, -9. And then I'm able to do here to here. And then we gotta make the upgrades. Ground level. Here, here. Yeah, have everything basically become a ramp at that point. Oh yeah, this part doesn't line up properly. And then we have to realign this, which is fine. And then this was we redo this, right? So this is a 5 and a 5. Then this part needs to be redone because this is a straight slope. There we go. And then this part needs to be redone. Okay, now from here, I want dotted lines. I'm 5, 6, 600, 600, perfect. And then delete that. Have this, we'll use this road, come out. And then we do the same thing on the other side. Five, 6. Alright, that sinks down. Okay, so is there any pillars here? Yeah, I see one right here. Alright, so what we're going to want to do is we're going to anchor these two right there. And then this pillar. So it would be here, 1, 2. Delete, delete. And then we align. There we go. All right. Got the pillars. And then on... Oh, that was the wrong node to connect to. It was should have been to this one. Oops. That's fine, though. A pillar here didn't actually hurt. Alright, so technically I want to be here now. There we go. And then this pillar is the issue. 10, 11, 12. Here, here. All right. I think this is done. Well, not really. You have to connect it to the highway still. That's going to be the last part of it, but this is more or less okay, I think. All Alright, so from this part, we're gonna delete and redraw because it's better that way. Oh yeah, and then we gotta do this. We want to copy the stats over here. So this is... yes. 4520. And then I went like this. And then I wanted that. Slight angle. And then we just do the markings. Okay, that's fine. This was 5010. There we go. This gets deleted. These are bends, 7 all 0. And then this was 2010. 2010, yeah. And then we couldn't really... Oh, no, I just didn't do anything here yet. Okay, so I should have it like this. Zero angle, 1032. Yeah, that's fair. Alright, be like that sometimes. 1032. 1032. 7 all. It's weird. This is 7 all, but... Oh, no, there we go. There we go. Now it actually lines up. What's going on, Gabriel Chase? Not really. Because I don't really get to see, like, enough of what I want to see. It's just trailers. I don't really care for it if they use a different engine than what we're actually playing with. If that makes sense. Alright, so now we gotta attach it onto the highway. Oh, you didn't really watch the gameplay trailers then. The maps are gonna be the same size, if you didn't know that. Maps are gonna be the same size, if you didn't know that. What they're doing is they're making the squares smaller. You know this square? It's going to be a lot smaller. The game is going to be the same exact size, if you didn't know that. That's why it's like, you watch the trailers, you're going to get this illusion of a false reality. And then when you actually look at the actual game details, it's not the case. But yeah, the game is actually going to be about the same size. Yeah, that's why it's like I don't really like the trailers. They're very misleading. Very misleading. So yeah, man, you gotta watch out for that. You're getting debated, dude. So this is about a 8. Okay, so it's about 10, 9, 8, about right here. Alright, slight curve. No, they didn't lie to you guys, but they didn't specifically say that the map is going to be a lot larger. What they said was there's going to be a lot more squares for you to buy, but they came out and gave us the actual size of the map, right? in terms of square meters. And it turns out that it's going to be slightly larger or slightly smaller, but it's about to be the same size. So they told you that there's probably like, what, 144 squares you're going to be able to buy and all that. Someone did the math of the square chunks, and it turns out that the 2525 we have, so it's going to be the same size for modded players. Let me clear that up. Because we are playing with mods and we could go all the way out to the edge, it's going to be the same size as modded players for everybody. So that means you play on console, you'll be able to go out to the edge now. That's the major difference. It's if you play unmodded, because that's going to be default now. However, not only are they doing this so that you get the entire map now, they're not actually adding much to it. They're saying that you get to build up to the edge of the map, just like how we are with the mods right now. So that's not going to change. So the map size is going to be larger, but the amount of buildable space is going to be the same, if that makes sense. Because, you know, the default restraints, right? You only get 9 of these squares. So it's like, technically, you only have that much space. But like, you have the whole map to play on, technically, if you want to buy squares on this side. And then you would start a new save to squares on that side. So it's like, it's going to be this 81 tile map size. But that's going to be the default size. But because that's already going to be the edge of the map, we're not going to be able to get a larger city, because the map size is going to be the same. So that's why I don't really want to really follow that. You have to understand at this point, it's a marketing scheme. They're just saying this to get people excited so that they pre-order their game. It has nothing to do with, you know, oh man, they're letting us know the features. Like, yeah, I guess you could argue that, but like, reality is that they're really just trying to do a marketing scheme. So it just increased for people to play console, have more space. I am not sure if every console is getting this. It's very likely that it's only gonna be on the Xbox. I'm not 100% sure about that though. All right, I want to get over to here. But yeah, if you're curious about that, Gabriel, what I actually recommend to you is to look up the details and not just follow the trailers. That way you have more of the information so that it's closer to whole. So there's the thing. We know that we could buy blocks up to the edge. We don't know how many more or less blocks we're going to be able to buy. Because they told us that the blocks are going to be smaller, but we don't know anything about the new limit. That's what we actually don't know as well. But yes, that's exactly what I just said. That's exactly what I just said. Alright, we're gonna want to redo this because the power line's in the way. And then I probably just want to redo the curve in its entirety. Okay, so we have to basically adjust a curve from here to here. I want to use weird math. So because of that, I am going to use inside curve. I am going to go with 30 units, 3,000. This is going to be 30 units. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 78, 86. That's a lot. If I can, I guess I would have to push this back a little bit. I didn't get baited. I kind of expected that. It's the people that are just kind of reading anything that's at the surface level and kind of taking that as factual are the people that are getting misleaded. That's more or less what's happening. So I guess we could pull another 10 here, so it's 40. And then if I do 40 here, does that change? And then this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 73. Okay. Okay, I think I know what we could do then. We'll go with a 35. Okay, so no dotted lines. 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? And then that's 35. And then on this setup, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so I want to go up to 70. And that's kind of the setup. So 640. So if I go here to here, that's exactly 70. So I could do 35, 35. And then we could do a curve like that. That's a little bit more fitting for what we want. So I'll pull this straight out. Right? This is our anchor point. And then we know that this goes to here. I could probably delete this. And then we know that this wants to come out to here. I'll have to delete that. It has to happen. And then from here, we're going to do a midpoint rule. So 70 to 40. That's what, 3620? Yeah, that's about right here. 3620, 3620. So that's about middle of the line. That's what we're looking for. We delete that. Now we could delete this. And then we also want to do this. 4. Yeah, it's just the angle. And then we want to do this. Alright, so here comes out straight. Goes into here, goes into that. So from here, we got to measure backwards. 3620. Yeah, so there we go. So that's a new line that we line up to. Let's go up to here. This should go into here. Now we could delete this part, this part. Let's go with that. Delete the beginning. And there we go. And then we got to delete this part. There we go. Alright, so that's going to be our curve that is probably the best calculated. You could have a curve for a highway. Because it's the highway. You never want a sharp turn. You want everything to be gradual as possible. Until you get to the interchanges, of course. Alright, so afterwards we're going to have to curve this from here to here, though. But I want to see this working first. Okay, so we have that. I might want to extend that design. So we just got to get this upgraded. So let's get this deleted. And then let's just have this elevated. Alright, this should get deleted. And then I want my bridge assets. So everything here should be normal, right? Normally spaced. We'll go bridge from here to here. I thought that was a pillar. That was just a tree. Okay. So we want to delete this. And we want to basically get a bridge asset. So we actually do this. It's weird. We go the same direction so that lines up. And then we flip it. If we don't do that, it actually doesn't line up. Yo, what the hell is this? What the hell is this, man? What the hell is this? What the hell is this? Okay, so normal elevated, we go back to here. What do you mean? Oh, this is broken. Oh, there we go. Alright, so now that's fine. Now I could do this. Why does that break every time? Why the fuck does that break every time? That's fine, right? So... here, here, here... Now I get to delete this, 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 this. Okay. This should be connected. And then I need to be able to do here to here, bridge form. No anarchy. Okay, so now I could delete this. That's fine. And then I flip it. Alright, we should be good. That should be perfect. Okay, so now what we want to do is we want to do this. Bring that down. This needs to get deleted. This needs to be connected. Not bad, not bad. Alright. I think we could let it rock. I think everything here is facing the correct direction. And I need to change this. So everything makes sense. All right. I want to say it's more or less okay. All right, now we do have to redo this highway to go on the inside so we don't block the boats coming in. All right, we have to delete this now. Not bad. Alright, so we want to soften this as well. Let's probably just use full on soften. Basically making it so that the terrain gets pushed back. The left turn underneath everything doesn't feel as tight. At least that's what we're trying to do. No left turn users yet, but there's no real reason to go out that way yet. Technically going straight to exit out here is not bad. Alright, alright. Yeah, Mamba's sleeping. Mamba's doing the naps. Mamba be doing the naps. Kitty cat always napping, man. It is what it is. Alright, so we want to go from here to probably here. And then from here, we want to line back up. Which is probably good, because I need to line up to the edge. Oh, I see you. It'd be like that sometimes. The kiddies know. The kiddies know. They do it on purpose. If you've ever been wondering. They do it on purpose. Alright, even though the water is a little bit low... Oh, we could do a two-level system here. That actually would be kind of amazing looking. Alright, so either way, I need to push this out slightly. And the reason why is so that we could move the highway back. Feels bad. It was originally here, but now I'm putting it back. It kind of sucks. It is what it is. So we're going to be doing this, having this come across this way. Flare out that way. So we're going to have to do like a large curve. So this is just going to have to follow the terrain. Alright. We probably never bridge across, so we'll probably just want to follow the lines that we have here. We're going to use a top line, meaning the parallel line is going to be at the bottom. Right? And then this is going to go out this way. That part's going to be tough to do. I guess we should pull out this side as well. Alright, let's push this out. Alright. So we're going to want to make this connection. I'm gonna be real, man. I spent so much time on redoing this interchange. Maybe we don't do this today and we do it another day. Just work on somewhere else and actually do some road work. Well, that could be something to do. Wouldn't be a bad idea. We could work on the housing on this side. Alright, we'll do that later. I want to work on some housing first. So we're going to do that on this side. So, let's see. This is plus 12, right? So this is 229, 40, yeah, it's plus 12. So this is already a higher elevation than our ground level. I think we want to gradually go uphill here. So we'll probably have like a flat ground. Then we go up to the proper height of 53. And then another thing is, I wanted to pull this out a little bit, right? Oh. Oh, that's an interesting concept. Yeah. Okay, I have an idea. So we would have to run... Oh, that's right. I wanted to run that parallel. Yeah. It was supposed to be parallel with this. Okay, so what we'll do is we got to start from this side. We want to be grounded. Okay, so technically we could go like this. go like that, and that's basically where this 4-lane needs to run perpendicular. So this is more or less flat. We'll probably pull out the terrain along the sides, to be honest. So it's probably not going to pull us far back. I probably also want a little bit of space before we get to the highway here. So this is, oops. This is if I were to have it so that the houses are basically right behind the highway. This is the American thing to do. Don't give a damn. That's just bad property to buy next to the highway. Does anyone know why they always say to avoid buying a house next to the highway? Is it really the noise? Like, oh shit, it's gonna be loud. Like, is that really the reason? All you hear is cars going burr all day, every day? Is that really, that's it? Man, that's simple. I guess it really do be like that sometimes. Pollution, that's another one. Yeah, I didn't think about that. All the cars, all the smog. There's a dozen reasons why you wouldn't do it, Yoon Mini. Yo, man. I see you guys over there. But it's like, for a cheaper house, I mean, I guess if you're gonna live there, you wouldn't want that situation. I guess that makes sense, yeah. Alright, so 4 square gap, we could do it here instead. So that all this becomes tree space. So we were right here. I could probably pull it closer. This is probably, no, probably 1 down. This is pretty good. 5 square gap behind us. Yeah, we'll take this value. This is going to be the value. Constant vibrations can physically damage the house. Wait up, that's a thing? The cars vibrating is a thing? You know, I've never considered that. I see you over there, Josie. Car vibrations. I guess you could say that those are not good vibrations. Feels bad. Alright, 1, 2, 3. You should have seen LA in the 90s. That was pollution. No, man. Be like that sometimes. You hate to see it. Heat from the pavement, noise, pollution, risk of car coming through the house. Well, I mean, you... So I don't know about you guys. When we have freeways here, at least in California, there is a 10-foot wall always on the side of both the highways. So if there's no exit, there's a 10-foot wall here. And it's only when you get to an actual intersection that the wall goes away. So the wall basically stops right here, where the lane splits out. Right? Otherwise, there would be a 10-foot wall here. I think it's 10 foot. It could be 12. And it's tall. And you can't see a house pass it. And the entire SoCal area is like that. The entire SoCal area is like that here. Because I've went south a little bit, closer to Orange County, and it's like that all the way down the freeways. Every freeway there. There's multiple freeways with that. Actually, every freeway is like that. The only time I didn't see that is when the highways themselves were elevated like this. When the highways are elevated like this, there's no wall. You could just see the houses like that. But when the highway was on the ground like this, there's a 10 to 12 feet wall every time. AZ has the interstate below grade to stop noise pollution. Oh yeah, we also have some sunken highways like that as well, where when you get out of the highway, you ramp up so that the car noise is in that sunken setup. We have that for some strips as well. So like, I don't think there's much worry about a car coming through the house, but I wouldn't want to say, I would want to say that those are fair points. Those are all fair points. I remember as a kid watching them put up noise walls up in Jersey. Dude, damn, those walls are pretty fresh then, huh? Can't be mad about that. Can't be mad about the fresh walls. Alright, so we did all that. So, okay, back to here. So I'm gonna do 3. 1, 2. So this is gonna be the 4 lane. And then we're gonna do spacing at the bottom. 1, 2. I might want to shrink this on the side. Hey man, that's about my age too, man. No worries. You're still young, because I still want to be young as well. So if I'm young, you're young. Let's go. We're still young, man. We should go play some pickup to show how young we are. Y'all got 5? Let's go. You're gonna see me just huffing and puffing, man. Catching my breath, running up and down the court. Dude, man. Old age being like that sometimes. Alright, so I think what we'll do here is we'll have a 4 lane, 1, 2, 3 sections on the right, 2 sections on the left. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna have a elevated zone behind us. That's gonna be expanded from the back, basically. Yeah. Oh, that's okay. I got it now. Now, I guess the problem here is that this doesn't work, right? I can't come straight out. This is just not something the game gives me, right? So I have to curl it up to curl it around. Yeah. Okay, so I have the idea in place. So we're going to do a 2-tier setup. And we're going to do a low ground, high ground setup. So this side is going to be low ground, 241. So we're going to trim this down. So closer to the mountain means you're higher up. That makes actually a lot more sense than what I was trying to set up. I was trying to have this kind of do something weird, but then I think this is smarter. Or, well, makes more sense. Not that it's smarter. It's alright. Alright, so we're going to be doing this. And the idea is going to be, we're going to have housing here that's slightly above ground level. 3 meters, basically. It's not a lot. And then there's going to be the higher ground up top. This is going to go up, curl, and then readjust to align up to here, wherever way we decide to do it. And we're only going to be able to go down. Well, we're going to have this connected here as well. This is going to go down like that, right? We're going to have this 4 lane. This 4 lane. Come out and go through. Once this goes through, I'll put a roundabout here. This is going to come up. And we're going to run this in the back. This is going to run through the back, and this is going to become the backside elevated not highway, but the elevated housing right here. That's going to be on the side of the mountain. That's going to be above the ground level here. I'm basically going to take this height and add it here, right? So this is going to get pulled across the back. And then that road is just going to continue along the back. Eventually, it's going to just end, and it's going to run parallel with the 4 lane. And then we're just going to have a normal road connection. There's going to be in and out going uphill. along the way. And I think that's going to be the play. So we run a 4-lane and a parallel. So that way we have a highway option, we have a 4-lane option that goes into the right side, and then we have a left side option that stays on the left. And then it's high-low, and then we can do a transfer point. And then this could also be the way up here. So that means we'll have 1, 2, and then that way if you want to go through here, you could take the backside road. Wouldn't be too bad. And then I would need another way going uphill on this side, I think. That's what I would want to have. Another uphill access over here. So this goes uphill. We have elevation here. This spreads out. Of course, we're going to have another highway here because we're going to have to go uphill this way. So we're going to have a 4-way cross. Oh yeah, we have some of our markings already there. And then we're going to do that to go up this way. All right, that's going to be not today, though. We're not going to do another highway today. So that's the thought process of what I'm going to do. Should be good. This is Maze Valley. Hope that helps, Dingleberries. Hope that helps. Guys, I apologize. I am feeling my coffee and I have to step away. I'll be right back, you guys. Hello? Alright, we are back. I apologize. I had to go drop the kids off, and then Mamba followed me. Then he sat on my lap. It's the weirdest thing, man. Dropping the kids off. Mamba's like, I'm gonna sit down on the lap, dude. And I'm just kind of like, alright, man. And then Mamba, oh no! Death wave? Oh no, bro. Alright, one in the cemetery is filled. Yeah, that's the problem. We don't have crematoriums yet. Okay. Well, we're doubling up on the cemeteries then. Dude, he sits on my lap though. It's so weird. I'm just trying to poop. And he's like, yeah, no, I'm sitting here. Alright, so with the ideas we had, let's follow through. We know what we're going to want to do right now. So, we're going to need to have this come up, connect to here. This is going to be the 4-lane. And we're going to need to do a design. So this comes out of the freeway. There's going to be some housing down here on the hills. And this is going to go uphill as well. And what we're going to need to do is a shape. I don't want an extravagant shape. So what I mean by that is I don't want to make a right-hand turn and then like that. Right? It's not going to look like that, but it's kind of like the shape. So I think what the best option is going to be is we run it about the same shape and then we do like an S-curve. So we go up. So we go out from this way and go out straight. This continues straight. And then eventually we have to realign. And then that's when we do the S-curve. Yeah, that's probably fair. That is probably fair. So I want this to not actually reach the top layer. We want to be on the flat layer. So we want to do this first. Now this is already above ground, so we're just playing around with elevation height at this point. We got to do what we got to do though. Alright, so this will do its thing. Now, one thing I do want is we're going to extend out this street. This is the street. No, it's the wrong one. I'm sorry. This street. This is going to be the street. That's going to be the first street to the right of the 4-lane. And I want to align this with the higher elevation up here. So we're going to pull this up until it starts elevating, and then we anchor it. Bring it up, snap straight, anchor that, delete and everything in the middle. And technically, we have a marker now. So this is going to be an easy way for us to kind of visualize if we wanted to line up how it's going to line up. Alright, we could see there's a little blemish that we're going to want to clean up here. Alright, so how this goes uphill, it's not really going to matter in the time being. All I want to know is, how are we going to actually kind of work relative to this? So if this lines up here, and then I want to use this, I could probably do a 11 box. And this is going to be proper spacing for ourselves. So if I do this by 22, right, let's just say, for the sake of the argument, let's just say we do that. We could pull this, and then we could probably do it like that. So it's 10, 11, 12. We have a nice space now, and then this is our curve. And then, yeah, this is going to be our S-curve later. And then this way we could use this as a proper street, some of the small road connections leaving. And then we could adjust down to here, the proper, kind of like, proper city. Yeah, so now let's look for a midpoint. So let's see what we have. This is going to be at 340. So let's just make it even first. So 580, 340, that's what? 240? So it's 340, 340. Let's just take the curve. We could always adjust it later. Right? As long as it's an even curve is kind of what we want. So from here, we want to pull this parallel, of course. Chances are you're going to run a right turn first. And then if we were to put spacing here. Alright, so this spacing shouldn't actually matter. Because it's not like this is a measured line. So we should probably run everything relative to the edge, right? So this is just to make sure that it's on the line. Technically, this is the right turn, which would mean this is the left turn. And then I need this to be on lower height. Because I want the first street connection on ground level with the main street. So that means if we want the right turn here, 10, 11, 12, run this by 22. Right? That would be the normal spacing. So we want right, left, right, and then we want another one here. So right turn, left turn, right turn, left turn. It's not bad. I could probably space this out a little bit better though. And then I could probably run this with the curl. And then line up like kind of with the highway. Right? And then we would try to line up to the other stuff. It probably doesn't curl with the highway. It probably just does a thing up to this. And then this becomes box grid. Because this fits the box grid. Or something along the sides of the hills that make it look kind of nice. So we want this to be a uphill setup. Right? So how do I want to do this? Because I want to have housing in the back and the streets come through here, right? And then I want to run that street parallel to this. Something like that. And then we run it in the back. Now, I know that we're going to specifically need street options from this to go into the back setup. And we could make this so that there's no left turns here to make this clean. This, I don't know, should go uphill. What's going on, Zubasan? I see you over there. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for tuning in. How are you? So 4-lane, 4-lane. It just doesn't feel like there's enough space in the back, but it's probably fine, yeah. So we want to have this flat a little bit more before we get to the height. And I think what we do is here, this is flat, and then this goes up to the height level. And then we'll do like a weird space between this grid and the top grid, so that we could have housing, put the cliff in between, and then not have to worry about spacing. So what probably happens is we do that, get to the top. This is flattened already, or it should be. And then we want to run this anchor, pull through anchor, pull through, delete. And then we have a road up here now. So technically, we could start setting up a road grid setup with this. We know that this is going to pull up and that we're probably going to have the same setup here, because there's a good chance that I want these going up and through. If I want to keep that on this side, this is going to be a 11, and this goes out 5, right? That would have to go up at least to right here. And then I think from here, we slowly No, we just That's actually a great question. How do we decline? I think this has to be a gradual decline that we try to massage in so we don't notice the incline. That's probably the smartest thing to do. Right? Because this is what? 41, 29, that's 12 meters. So we could slowly decline that along this, I think. And then this cliff is going to be a little bit larger when we get down. Yeah. Now, the only other thing I'm thinking about is spacing this out a little bit more. I feel like that'd be wise. And then this doesn't have to be here. We could actually have this pulled through and have the gradualness go down to here. Or we might just have it go up to here. That kind of makes sense. Oh, do the S-curve as a decline? Oh, that could be really nice looking. If that's like a ramp decline on the S-curve. We could actually make that nice and line up with the elevation here, actually. Yeah, that could be a play. Okay. I kind of see it. So I kind of want to do the connection here. Okay. So, very arbitrarily, we're just going to pull a line. I think that's where it ends, right? And then we want to see this distance. Is this even the correct street? No, it's not. It's this distance. Right, so that's probably not it. Pull this up. Pull this through. Alright, so force ground's another thing we need to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 73, 74. That's basically how long this is. So we basically want to have it so that it's 1, 2, 1. So if this is 10, this should be 20, and then this should be 10. That's the proportions that we're looking for. So we're going to go from here to about here. Decline with that S-curve. Yeah. So let's go with the 12, 24. So 10, 11, 12. And then it's 12. So that would be a 12, 24 curve setup that I think we could do. Now the thing is that, yeah, it's going to be about 40. So it's probably going to be 24, 48 is going to be the proper curve setup. 24, 48, right? So 48 is 40. I'm looking for a 960. 480, 960. Okay. So dotted lines here. This is expensive. How come this is 960? Okay, that's gonna be more or less the angle, huh? And then we have it somewhat in the middle. Yeah, so if it's like that, pulling it from here to here is actually pretty fair. Yeah. Alright, I think that's the curve angle. So let me pull this out. Now we'll pull out the back a little bit later because it's going to be at a higher height level. So it's not really something I need to really worry about. Because if I were to just pull this like that, it's going to, cover that little dot right there. So we're going to do the bottom instead. Gotta do this. We gotta do this. Okay, so we kind of want this to be the middle. Kind of is. And then here to here is 320. 480 is here. That's not good. Okay, so this needs to be moved over. Okay, so that was not it. So I think we just measure it from here. We have to take this as proper. So straight section, 480. And then we have to do this until we find a 960. And then this straightens out into it forcefully. Now this way. 480. And then everything else shouldn't matter. And then here to here, 960, so 480, 480. Yeah. Okay, so we can kind of see where the curve section, how this is working. And the thing with this is that it's not gradual. So we need to do this properly. This is 12 meters, right? All right, so instead of actually doing it based off of anything the game wants us to do, this doesn't break. This doesn't break. That's awesome. What we're going to do instead is we're going to use the elevation step and force elevation to actually do the terraforming. A lot of the time, it's going to be better. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is 1, 1. Okay. So this should be easy. We are going to do this. I am going to cut this in half. Delete this. And we're going to cut this in half. Delete that. Okay. And then we're going to take force elevation. So we want to line up. And then the height is going to be -3. Oh, I can't do that with this specific road type. Ah. Okay, so I have to use a different road. So here, -3, right there. Technically here to here, +3. And then technically this is a straight shot. And then the middle node is automatically at the middle height. So 24, 24. So from this point, I'm actually should be okay to use this. Yeah, force elevated. There we go.
We want to flip this. It shouldn't probably matter. So now we have a declining 4-lane. I'll probably just use this. Alright, so I could delete this. And then we're just going to upgrade this. We want to ground that now. This is our new 4-lane road. Alright, so this comes through. Alright, so the trick for this is, now that we're here, we're going to force ground it. The terrain is forced to the height of the road. So this means that this is a very gradual decline in terms of the terrain. So I don't have to terraform this. This is calculated by the game. So now it's a little bit easier to just kind of soften. Of course, we're going to do more than just that. I'm going to add some stuff to this to make it look nice. But you see the idea, right? Have that little setup like that. Up, over. Now we got to run this up and through. Run it parallel for our backside connection so we can zone both sides. Deep pockets, get more spots. And then we just kind of run that. Probably follow this S-curve. Align that in the back. And then I'm thinking about pushing this back a little bit so we have a little bit more space at the bottom, but we probably shouldn't have to. Maybe just have the thin zones be thin and then eventually everything connects. Alright, so that's going to be how that's going to work. I think this is fine. I think what we want to do as well for a better design, I think, is there's something I think makes a lot of sense that we could do. And it's going to evolve the key line setup. It should be fine to do it. That would be really cool, doing the key elevation here. Because then I don't have to do the gradualness outside of the road that we did it on. Yeah. Alright, so I want to do the key idea. Oh, and I need to redo this section too. Alright, we're going to move everyone here to here. Actually, no. Let's do the road section that we wanted to do here first before we start moving people over. So there was this road that I was thinking is better to go straight through. And then we were going to do a weird design, basically. So this is going to be 7, 7, 7, 7. All right. This goes in, that goes out. Normal setup. This comes through, right? As I would imagine. This is just here. We do the roundabout setup. We'll upgrade that later. I think by design, then, we have to do this. I don't want that connected. We could do the grid and redo how that should lay out. Probably something like this. Coming through. This does its thing. This is kind of like a weird dead pocket that we probably don't need, but we probably just leave there. So this comes through, and then it should go through this way. And then it needs to connect to a backside setup back here. Okay. Yeah, this probably goes here. Put a mini roundabout for the 4-way. I don't know how that's going to actually lay out, but for now, we'll just leave it like that. Okay, so we want to get to the back, right? So this is going to go uphill. Well, first things first, there's a lot of trees here, and I hate to do this, but I know it's just going to be better for lag later on. We're going to remove the bulk of the trees, because we're probably going to put it back ourselves. And we know that, you know, simulating trees, you know, it'd be tough sometimes. We gotta bop them, boys. Gotta have that clean canvas. Alright, alright. So, we got that in. Now we have a little bit of the weird terrain. Yeah, we're gonna have to make that look nice. Okay, so back to here. There's a little bit of that elevation. So this is gonna be going uphill. So probably having a winding road makes a lot of sense. Curl that down, go up, get up to here. We know this comes, oops. We know this comes through. Right? And then I guess this is where we need to actually think about it. So what I want is ramp. And then I want to be able to have trees here. And then trees here and the cliff in the middle. So how long is this? This is 22. So if I were to do this, so mark. Well, if we do this, this would be a 5. And then if we lose 100, that means 100, 100, 140, that's 7. So it's 5. And then 7 for the cliff. I mean, I guess that's fine. That's not too bad. It's not too bad. Yeah, I think that's not too bad. So we'll probably do something like that. This is on the flat ground. Should be good. So we got to push this out. Between these two lines, basically. Alright. Now, it's not that we're using this, it's just that that's a good placeholder line after the straight, so that we could do this going up, down. Now, since that's straight slope, right, we have to force soften this. It's probably gonna end up looking something like that. Sometimes you just need the ramp. And then we have the cliff right there. So what we could probably do... That is kind of steep, but if that's only residential behind it, it's probably fine. So this is going to be the zonable street. Probably have one 11 block gap before we have the 4-lane attach. Okay, let's set that up first to make it look like something. Alright, so we're straight. This is 11. Right? And this is my first block. So because we're so close, I think this is the 4-lane that attaches to here. Something like that. And it has to go uphill. And then, of course, we're going to have space on the right side. And then we'll have a little bit more space. But then it's like we're not going to push it all the way to the edge. And I might even push this out a little bit. But I think that's going to be how that works. I'll probably run a double on the sun. Right? And then now we have to make this connection. For the most part, I think this is a good line. So we pull this both ways. Okay, and then I would want minimum distance 5 before we start doing any type of curvature. It's probably going to be more than that though. And then we'll probably terraform the rest of this to make it feel more accommodating for the design. So I guess the question is do I want a straight line uphill design, or do I want to do like windy roads? Because there's the, I mean, how much height is this? 2953. That's what, 24 meters? 24 meters. That's 2 stories, 3 stories high. That could justify some sort of setup like that. That could justify a setup like that. So we could go uphill this way, right? Along the side of the mountain. And then take that height, pull it out. So we're already elevated. And then that could be a pocket. Oh, that's nice. So I would want to do it like this then. Yeah. I kind of like that idea. So it doesn't have to be here, but that's like kind of the what I kind of want to roll with. What's going on, Ace Billable Hero? I'll see you over there. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? So there's a good chance this doesn't connect, right? And it's more likely like this. I'm good, thank you. How are you? I'm just trying to do my best, man. Don't ask me how I'm doing. I just want to build and forget everything in the world. So we want to expand this side out. And man, I think this has to be the connection. I would want to probably do a right-left setup, so this probably goes up to here. And then this probably means like that, and then this comes up. So then we go uphill slightly, curve it up to here. And then this will probably just go uphill from here. And then we could have some housing on the low edge. Maybe something like this. Alright. And then I want to go uphill this way. So the problem with this is that it's all feeding off of one connection. Which, honestly, that's a little bit too much just off of one street. This is fine because there's one here and there's one here. This is going to be a 4-lane road, even though it's small. But I would want another way to connect to this. What we could probably do that could be kind of interesting is pulling this here and having that connect. Because technically, you could argue that this route is always faster. Right? But then it's like, no one would take this then. That's a good thing. If no one takes that road, every time we see a car on it, it's kind of a benefit. So I guess we could do that. Run that on the low section, and then we could pull out the height level of the rest of this on a little bit of a different height. Oh, this goes up downhill 12 meters too. That could be another thing, yeah, I guess. So we could decline this maybe this way. I mean, it's an idea. And then we would have a backside connection to here so that we could have other options. But yeah, I think I need another connection here. I don't want to do this, though. Well, what we could do is have a no straight access setup. So right turn, make a right turn in, make a right turn out, make a right turn out. That would be the only thing that could kind of help us out then. And then this just could be small pocket residential, commercial on the main street, nothing else. Make that connection. Yeah, okay, we could roll with that. So from this setup, here is that. I'm just gonna want to pull this out by, we'll pull it by 6. Why not? Do the same thing here. And then we need to start setting this up. So I need to go uphill gradually and then line up to that. I see the line. That's probably it. So let's pull this out a little bit more then. Let's pull another 22. Here, 6. And then here is actually a little bit closer. We'll probably pull this back a little bit, make the gradual decline incline. Should be good. So here to here, here to here. Okay. So at this point, we want to do measurements. Like we kind of have an idea of how like the curve is gonna look like. But like at the end of the day, do we really know how it's supposed to look like? Because I could force this in, so it's a what, 30? Anchor 30, and then this is what, 44, okay? That means I can't use 30. I could probably readjust this slightly. Let's use 20, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 56. So it's like 25. Yeah, 25 exactly. That would be the S curve if I were to directly make the S. That might be exactly what I want, sadly. I hate that I have to say that. I think that's exactly what I want. Alright, so this is gonna have to be a forced cliff. Yeah, okay. So we do this, and then... Oh, the terrain height's the problem. Okay, so... 5... And if I'm grounded, it does push down. But because I went uphill, it's not actually on the ground. Okay. So, this is weird, huh? So it's 25, 50, 25, and this is 24 meters. Okay, so I have to flatten this. So let's go out to a 250. Oops, that's a little bit too much. Grab the height, and then we're gonna push. And then this is gonna push. And then we're gonna do it like this, so that the space in between is perfectly empty. Should be good. So from here, 25, and then I need to go up 24, it's 6, right? So it's 1, 2. And then if I pull from this height, four, 5. So I would be at 24, which is flat, and I go down 1, 2. And then theoretically, this is a straight shot. And then I should be able to just go like this. Well, I'll pull it from the side. 26, 27, 26. It's so close. It's probably a rounding error. So this is showing as a 24. This is showing as a 25. Even though this is longer, this side is more expensive. That's funny. So I'll probably take this. Let's delete that. And then we will go like this. There is going to be a grounded section like that. And then we're just going to go like this. And then same thing on this side. Nothing. Okay. Go for that. Go for this. Okay, so I want the pillar to be there. I know it looks weird. Alright, so that's a gradual incline. And then that way it's like, not that it's natural, but it's like it's optimized angle. And then we're just going to use this as proper terraforming. That way it's like I have dead space that I'm guaranteed to have. And then now we can upgrade. So we're going to use the 4-lane road, which is the small one right here. And then we're going to force ground this so the terrain comes out. All right. So by doing that, we have a forced terrain, and then we're just going to smooth this in, going uphill this way. Maybe pull out the mountains a little bit. Maybe put something there. Let's pull this out to 100. So we're going to drag here, drag it outwards. Take this, drag it outwards. Take this, drag it outwards. All right. Look at that gradual line. This is just a flatten at this point. And then we go here to here. Here to here. Here to here. Alright, so I guess we could just delete this and redo how that's going to zone. And then from here, we're just going to do more gradualness. So I think we'll do 150. We'll just do that. Push that through. Hold up. Didn't I just fuck up? I did. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I fucked up. I have to unclick everything. I think the game still has the data from here, and I do it one more time. Amazing. So this was the terrain before we did the weird thing that we did. So now we could try to make this a little bit smoother. I think what we had before was actually nicer. It feels bad. Here to here. Gradual, a little bit better, and then this side's a little bit weird of a pocket. That's not too bad. It is not too bad. So this is gonna be here. Alright, that's gonna be the 4-lane that cuts through. What's going on, TJ? I see you over there. Okay, so we have this now. Run that parallel. We do the backside stuff. A little bit of a pocket for zoning and housing. Same thing on this side. Yeah, it's not bad. This is starting to come together a little bit. This could probably get pushed out a little bit as well. It's not bad. Not bad, not bad. Small pocket, and then we have to go uphill this way. Small little area on the back right here. Not too bad. This goes through. Potential small road that we'll look at later. This is just going to be zonable space. Feeds into the bottom. So once we get to here, We actually want this to extend down. Alright, so we have a cliff now, right? So you can see that this cliff is a little bit longer than that because of the elevation difference. I think what we're gonna most likely do, it's kind of weird. I think we're gonna key this. I just need to think about how I want to do it. Because I think what we're gonna want to do is we're gonna have a street here, goes out, and it's gonna key and basically isolate this top half from the bottom half. So we would key it out and have it kind of like flat, so there's a clear elevation difference. And then it's like you get to the back though, do you continue the key? That's the weird thing. I don't think we do. So it leads me to believe that maybe we just key it out this way. But having it curl back doesn't really make sense. This side is fine if we were to key it out though. We'd be able to do something with that. Unless I do a ramp on the side. That'd be actually an interesting design. Yeah, okay, we could do that. Ramp going down this way. Curling out to the back. Coming in. Make that purely commercial then. I would have to. Okay, that's an idea. Okay, so from that, let's look at how we could do this then. So typically, we want to push this up. Make it so that it's hugging. And then I want to be able to zone on the 4-lane road. What I need to do, though, is figure out the key spacing. Because we're going to run this. Oh. That would probably be the play. And then we would just keep the same spacing. Yeah. Okay. So here to here's a 240, right? That's basically the value. And then my S node is here. So, oh. Ah, shit. Alright, technically that's the curve. Right, so it hugs the outside, and then we have to do a similar one to this side. Since I am anchoring this, we'll do it on that side like that. And then I would want to pull this out. So I would have to do this. Per usual. And then... Ah, I see. 1, 2. Ah, okay. And then that's my one space. Whoa. Spacing is off. This is 10, 11, 12. There we go. One space gap. That's what I was looking for. And then I think what I need to line up is the key, but we do it weird. So Where is it here? No grid snap. I mean, I need grid snapping. That's usually what bops me though. So I want to be here. Right? We want to take those two squares. And then technically that's a node. All right, perfectly. So it's two squares. I delete the short segment. And then it's 1, 2. Technically it's like that. Get the 2 square gap, nice. And then this comes out straight for a portion, or at least should. So we should push this out. Now we need to figure out spacing for this. There's a good chance that this probably comes out with it. No, it's kind of awkward if it does. How would this work? So I don't want to put a road connection on this street because it's constantly being curved. I think the good setup would be something like this. But it's like you don't want this to be a road connection. So typically we do this and then realign it so that there's a little bit of flat space. And then we could have 1, 2 roads here. I won't be able to get a parallel road because there's nothing to connect to. But the idea was we were going to go here, decline, so that we could curl the key around and it stops here. That was going to be the idea. So by doing that, I could actually have the key kind of hold up the soil and then we could push it out after we're done. Get the zoning at the bottom, make it look nice. And then the problem is I don't have anything for this pocket. So I want road connections here. I like this idea though. Now what we could do that would actually make this really, really nice is to ignore the fact that we generate zoning. That's probably the play. It's smart play. So let's push this in. And what should happen is this. So here to here, it's 220. So we do another 220. Right? Normal box. We do another 11. All right, so now we have options. So this lines up to here perfectly, actually. Good math. So... oh, I see. We would have to pull it from here. Wow, of all things. And then... this would pull through, right? That's such a compromised curve. Yep. Okay, the idea does work. And then we'll have this basically curl into here. Now the smart move would be find a spot that allows this to make into a T and have this go uphill. So that these guys have an option to come down into this commercial. So this is a 220, right? Yeah, so technically anchor 11, that doesn't work, so we go for another 11. This honestly shouldn't work, so it'd probably just pick an arbitrary line. So it's here. 5. Oh, I see. Oh, that's tough. Okay, so we need this. On this setup. No zoning. That's the only way this works. And then I need this. But then it's like I can't have that. I think we would have to do another 5 setup. So that's a 6, right? Okay. So here, here. Yeah, okay, I see it now. So what is this? 120, 180. Oh, I would have the straight section up to here. I mean, that would be fine. It's a short segment, but it would work. And then I would have to do some like this, where we don't zone on the inside. And then we do a normal setup here. That's so jank looking. And then this goes uphill, basically. Alright, so we delete this, have this go up to 5, and then we do the uphill shenanigans. Easy stuff. Everything lines up, basically, so it's good. We'll probably not have an uphill here. Just do 1, 2, and then 3. We might do one here. And then this is likely downhill. I'd probably downhill from here, to be honest. And then this is a delete. Probably have to round off this corner, to be honest. Okay, have it like that. This comes in. This doesn't need to be there. We have a pocket now that we could zone. Put something large inside, like the Grand Mall. We'll look at that later. This goes into the top. This probably goes up to here. Makes sense. 440. So here, 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 here. Okay, this goes up to here. So this doesn't really matter how long this is. We're just going to pull it out like that. And then this comes down. And then we just got to do the ramp right here. So ramp, ramp, have that. Not bad. What's going on, Routine Sadness? I see you over there. So with this, we're going to want to make it so that we don't have that much zoning here. So it's likely that I want to have maybe just a 2-space gap and nothing else. Yeah, like that. And then I should be able to just do this. And then we go downhill from here. And that means we connect to the back street. What's going on, Jet Levi? How are you? Mamba. So I was pooping earlier. It's kind of weird for me to say that. But when I was pooping, Mamba jumped on my lap. And then he fell into the toilet. Nah, I'm just kidding. That didn't happen. He's outside. It's hot, summertime. He doesn't want to be on the bed because it's warm. Hello, Dave Newman. How are you? But yeah, I don't want a tunnel. Underpass, ramps, that's gonna be what I want. And there's also an elevation difference, so if you were to tunnel, it's a lot steeper. Because you gotta go underground, right? Not necessarily to a certain height level. Tunnels don't let you do that. Alright, so technically, this is gonna be where the ramp comes down to. Or at least should. Yeah, he was on earlier, but yeah, he jumped off. How nice. The kitties are zooming, at least from what I could tell. Hopefully they're not knocking anything over, though. Alright, so that's what I think we need. And then from here, we just delete. Push this in. Take the 75, and we do this. Should be good. And I should be able to just do... Oh, have it like that. And then this road looks weird. Oh, it's because of the... Okay, I think I know why. It's because it's on the wrong side. They're knocking all the stuff over. At least they're not begging for lasagna. Technically, that's a win-win. That's still on the wrong side. That's so weird. Oh, it's because of this. Dude, this entire thing is on the wrong side. Feels bad. I wish that was something you could literally just use right-click to swap which side it was anchored on. It'd be so much better that way. Such a small little design thing they could make. Of course, it's too late for that now, right? Alright, so that's going to be what I kind of wanted. We wanted the key wall here. This was going to stay elevated, and we're going to have shops on the way down, and then we're going to have shops at the top. Really, what we're going to want, though, is this side is not going to be shops. These are going to be trees and tables for people to kind of buy the stuff at the commercial and just kind of hang out here. So it's effectively a large plaza. At least it's not going to go downhill. It's going to stop right here. We'll probably put some trees and stuff right here. And then we'll have a little bit of that on the side. And then this part, this is the part that's kind of weird now. Do I want to push this out all the way? Do I want to key that up? That's the one thing I didn't think about, how I wanted to do a key on the inside. Now, I didn't want to put a key there because I was thinking to myself that if I have a key here, it's just going to stop and then it's going to be natural terrain, and that doesn't really make sense. So I think we're going to leave that natural like this. Now, of course, that makes me want to push this down, though. Is the only thing. But I think we'll have to leave it like that. This probably ends up having no zoning then, because it's a little bit scary off of the cliff. All the commercial on the inside. And then this probably ends up being like the Grand Mall. Something here. Get the parking lot. Wouldn't be too bad. Yeah, that's probably not gonna happen. It's an idea, but yeah, it's probably not gonna happen. Alright, so that works. And then we do need to push this out to the edge, which is fine. And then this pulls out because we want to keep the high ground. And then we're going to have a high-low setup. And then I think we have the other connection a little bit later on. Now, we're not going to really look at that. I'm going to do proper spacing from here. So we have to decide from here how we want to do the spacing, basically. So this is an arbitrary line that we pulled, so it doesn't really matter. If we do a 11 and another 11... Oh, dude, this is flush. I don't know if I want it that flush, though. Okay, it's on flat ground. We could respace this and then use this line as a new indicator. I don't want that to be flush. So 3 spaces. So we have no. Let's do more. 4, 5. And we would have some space for like trees. I feel like I should have more though. Sometimes, man, things just get to genius. Alright, I think we'll do a full-on... Like this, as you said, was flush. I'm just gonna keep this clear. That's probably what I should do. Random thought, but you know who'd be a perfect third-string center for the Lakers if he was younger? DJ Mbenga. Dude, come on, man. How are you not gonna talk about Laker legend? Freaking, what's his name? Brian Sacre. Come on, man. Laker legend, Brian Sacre. He's younger than DJ Mbenga, dude. How do you forget the Laker legends, man? Alright, of course, coming off of this, the first connection is going to be a right. Bynum is younger than Braun. Did you know that? That's the crazy thing. Yo, man, Bynum's younger than Braun, dude. Something like that? Or he's about the same age? It's just that, yeah, man, he's just not good. Rumor has it, at some point, he just stopped developing because he just didn't want to anymore. But yeah, man, I was like, dude, Bynum could be playing for us. Except that he's kind of a bum right now. Honestly, I don't think we should get Christian Wood. And you know why? Did you know that we have players on our current Laker roster that have played with Christian Wood before? They're speaking from experience when they say that they don't think it's going to work. Did you know that? And do you know who that player is that played with Christian Wood? That player's name is Anthony Davis. Now, I don't know if it's him that's saying that, but he's played with them on the same team in the Pelicans. Of course, you know, his ass got traded. I think he got traded to the Rockets or something. And then from the Rockets to Dallas. Dude, 80 got paid, dude. 80 got paid. Alright, so this is going to be the current system. I think we're okay with that. So the biggest problem is that our freeway entrance is here. There's a secondary entrance for the back. Early entrance. And then it comes down to the second entrance is going to be back here. Alright, so we're going to have a lot of space between that zone. I might need an earlier highway then. We might want to put it somewhere else. Well, no, it's not that. It's the thing was that AD was going to get offered the extension. The thing is that if he were to turn it down, it'd be weird to see what would happen if he got injured the following season. Like, I don't want that to happen, but if that did happen, he would lose out on so much money. But if he gambled the year, he would have got a longer contract. So instead of 3 years, he could have got, I think, 4 or 5. And then that would have been a year after 2. So it's like... It's like... Do you want to risk on your, gambling yourself? We've seen that happen too many times. And the person gambling on themselves fails. a la Dennis Schroeder. So it's like, you know, I think that was always going to get offered. It was just a matter of whether or not he wanted to risk actually signing the season after or doing it now for the guaranteed money. So it's like, I don't think it's a big deal. Damn, honestly, have you seen that AD has played more games than Steph, more games than Kawhi, more games than Paul George, more games than I think... He's played so many more games than all those players. I think Joel Embiid, he's played more games than them. And it's like, yeah, man, I don't know. AD gets hurt every time he falls down, and it looks like he gets injured, and then I feel like he's just trolling us at that point. It's like he knows, like, oh, fuck, I'm gonna grab my leg, get everyone scared. LA, man, we love drama, right? All that jazz. Like, at this point, I think it's a meme, dude. Like, he's just doing it. Dude, you know what's fucked up? The Clippers with Kawhi Leonard has only ever played 35 games. No. Let me take that back. Kawhi Leonard has only ever played 35 games in a row in his entire career. And that was in 2019. He has never played more than 35 games since then. And since then, the longest streak of games is like 19 games. Kawhi Leonard is a god, but he is gonna have no legacy. Like, he is nice. He's good at what he does. There's a lot of things that he could do that no one else is capable of doing on the defensive ends. I've seen him straight up strip people, and it's not even funny. Like what the hell? That should have been a foul. And then you look at the replay, it was clean. And you're just like, wow, I got the beast. And then you find out that he's not playing the next 5 days. He's sitting out, man. It's crazy. Thing is that the Lakers, they have more media around. The Lakers news circle around more and is more talked. That's actually why people want to play in LA. Like, you have motherfuckers like Alex Caruso literally getting voted into the All-Star game. Okay, he didn't, but you know what I'm saying. Like, he was getting votes, dude. And then you got Austin Reeves the year after. Like, it's just big media, man. It is what it is. And that's why... Dude, that's funny. They were talking about... they didn't go in-depth in it, but the Paul George podcast that he has... They were talking about how it's like when you get to LA, like it's hard. and then they're like, yeah, man, it's hard if you play in LA. And then they basically alluded to there's just everything everywhere close by that you would want, whether it's adult entertainment of the Paul Pierce caliber, or maybe you're doing the Kawhi Leonard or James Harden caliber. You know, it's adult entertainment. It's everywhere. High quality, good food, celebrities everywhere that know how to party. And it's like, that's why they argue when people come to LA, their shooting sucks. Because they're partying every day of the week. There's always something to do. And they say that it's not something a lot of people can handle. Because it's like, you know, one day you're there at practice, Snoop Dogg rolls by, you're like, dude, Snoop wants to hang out? Oh shit, is that Jay-Z? Oh, he wants to hang out too, dude. Right? And it's like, how you gonna say no? How you gonna say no? It's crazy, man. The Lakers shooting curtains, yeah, man. Because once you get to LA, it doesn't matter who you are, man, people want to know you. You could be bad. You could be Wayne Ellington, man. I'm just saying, you could be Wayne Ellington and still have your shooting percentage drop. The Westbrook fiasco says it all. Yep. Honestly, I had hopes because there was the talks that, oh yeah, Braun and AD talked. with Westbrook before they made the trade, and they said it was gonna work out. And I'm like, what the hell? What happened, man? I'd shrug at my boss, Mordax. I'm just saying. Now you gotta understand though that it's that situation, Mordax, but Snoop Dogg was waiting till you got off of work. Because the thing is that practice and meeting up with the team, like you're only on schedule for like 3 hours of work every day. So you don't actually you're not at the facility for that long. A lot of the good players though, they work out with personal trainers, other players even longer after the scheduled workout with like the coach, things like that for like team. So it's like you don't work out that much. You don't have to practice that much. So it's a temptation, man, of like, oh yeah, I just go hang out with a celebrity, A-list. It's wild. Up there with the Mozgov and Walton's contract. Dude, all I gotta say is Luol Deng is no longer on the books, and I never want to hear his name again, man. He's off the books. I don't want to hear his name anymore, man. We got that Luol Deng money. You know who we could sign with that? Christian Wood. That was last year, though, and we were hoping to get a big signing, and we got nobody. Got that Luol Deng money, dude. Or was that 2 years ago? That was a while. I'm just happy to have that off the books. Alright, so in order to complete this design, I think this is fine. And then we have a low density setup here. And I guess the question comes down to how do we want to do this? Because this 4 lane's going to come down here. I'm probably going to have an entrance here to go uphill. But it doesn't make sense to have this curl like this. And then have this curl like that. And then we have 2 4 lanes parallel with each other. It's so weird. Dude, they got money too. That's the worst part. Everyone's knocking on your door, but everyone just wants a piece of the bag. You gotta understand though, Miami is different. You got Pat Riley. You gotta understand that the coaches in LA are all scapegoats. That's the first thing you gotta understand. All the coaches in LA are scapegoats. It's not like that in Miami. Have you heard the Miami stories? Eric Spoelstra would call LeBron James, and LeBron James is like not listening to the plays. He's like, you see that? That Pat Riley number. That Pat Riley number. You call his ass right now. And he's going to tell your ass to listen to me. Go call him. If not, I'm going to bench your ass. And it's like, that's how LeBron got coached really well. Because he couldn't say shit to the head coach because the GM was backing him. I think that was Kendrick Perkins telling the story. Because, I don't know, I don't think he was there. But he was talking about how Eric Spoelstra was, like, the only coach able to, like, actually coach LeBron. No, he's by far the best coach right now. It's not even close. Pop, we're waiting for him to have a winning season. But Spoelstra is literally taking YMCA players and making them playable. And he's easily the best coach in the league. He sees the schemes. He knows what he needs to do to hide people's weaknesses. And he does it well. Not only that, they have a great culture. He's easily the best coach in the league right now. It would be him. And then it's like, you would argue who's second place. Dude, there used to be memes like that. Hey, you guys, you know what? We'll give you Dame. You know, like that was a meme for Portland. Hey man, we'll give you Dame, but you guys gotta give us Spoelstra. We'll give you Dame for Tyler Hero and Kyle Lowry. You gotta throw in Spoelstra with that. And then you know what? I'll be not bad, dude. We'll trade you Chauncey. We give you Chauncey Billups. Talking like there's still players in the league, man. It was pretty funny though when some people were talking about that. You gotta trade the coach. Come on, man. I think it started in Dallas. It's like, oh, you want who? Yo, man, we trade you Rick Carlisle. We'll trade you Rick Carlisle for your coach too, and then we make it a deal. It's oh man. And then the coach trading meme started. It was a long time ago, man. All right. I've been sitting here and ranting and not doing anything, so let's actually get to work. I apologize, guys. Talking too much, not playing and doing anything in the game. Alright, so we have the backside road. I don't think we really readjust. I think this is fine. So we do the connections, it goes into the main street. I don't know if we get this, because it's a little bit close to this wall, but then we might be able to just pull it off and not have anything on that side for a while. Which is fair. There's also another idea where we don't have this actually become straight, and we wiggle it around. Wiggle it around so we have a better effect. We could look at that later. So it's still that dilemma. We were going to extend this out, and of course the idea I think was to curve it so that we could run it parallel with this, and then this eventually goes down this way. The interchange comes out, and then you go out, make a right or make a left, and then we were going to have another interchange here to feed into that road. Right? So interchange here, this goes through, this goes in, that goes in. Now the problem is that if I want to go uphill this way, typically that's going to be a small street then, huh? Yeah, I'll probably have to do that. But it's like, I probably need an interchange to allow that to have usage, because a lot of people are probably going to want to take that. Going up and down the hill, it's going to be fun. So I guess that would have to be the setup. And then we have to run that off of this. So I guess we're going to look at the terrain height for now. We know that that's the center. Well, not that it's the center. That lines up to here is where we want it. This goes up and down. So that's... See, the problem with an up and down design like that is that typically you would want this going up all the way. But because that's going to be in a weird design like that, like, you ideally don't want your main road from the highway immediately slamming into another street and then ending, because it's like you're forcing your cars to make left turns, which honestly is not good. So of course that means we'll probably have to feed it to a roundabout. Ah, it sucks. I don't want to do that either. Now, is there any other way of doing this? Oh, that's kind of gross, but it's basically the idea is we put a 4-lane interchange here, and then we do this. When you zone an area for residential, can the sides it can be a multi-story or single family or have a large mansion? No. That's tied to the level of the asset and the wealth value. And of course, the type of zoning. So that's not something I could determine. However, if I do find an asset I see the building at, I could historically mark it so that the house could level up, but not change the type of asset that we have. Of course, that means you have to do a lot of micromanaging. But no, you can't really predetermine unless you're doing one of the district ones right here. Because you could put in something like IT cluster, something like leisure, local and organic produce, right? And then you get a specific asset from that. So since those are like themed assets, it's a little bit weird. But no, technically that's not a thing. Zoning themes is the same thing to a certain degree, but you can't limit the type of housing. So it's like if you do high density, everything is always going to be an apartment. You wouldn't be able to do like a high density building and have that be a mansion. for a single family. That's never going to be an option. That's more or less what I think it's going to be the thing. All right, so let me actually just redo the highway right now. We'll do that as the last thing we'll do today. I should have did this earlier. All right, so I want to line this up to here, and then I want to basically pause. We're going to delete this. Feels bad for all those cars. I'm not really too worried. We're just going to have to reroute this. Okay, so a very arbitrary line. Yeah, there's a thing like that this game is just not actually... I don't know the reasoning, but that's never something this game has explored. There's no such thing as poor people housing, in a sense that you don't have homeless in this game. There's no such thing as people that don't live in a house. So because of that, it's hard to really say that it's like a mechanic. All right, that's 40. Okay, so 80 is here. Okay, so this has to be 50. 50, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Alright, so I would have to pull this up to like here. Alright, so this pulls out 5, 10. This might be it. Holy shit. Okay, so here to here is about 29. So 29 plus 21. So here to here is about 50, 5,200. 5,200 about. It's a pillar thing with a decline. And then this is a little bit over 100. So it's about here. Here to here, 81, 70, or 60. Alright, so that shouldn't matter because what I'm looking for is length. The cost is different because of this is a bridge asset and this is partially just elevated. We would go to the rich area of town for Halloween. The area was dubbed the $1 Million Circle. That had some huge houses. Oh yeah, that's a good strat. I heard about that, where people would go to rich people's homes like that, and the idea would be they don't fuck around with candy. And what people meant when they said that was they would give you full-size candy bars. So like you would get like the full $1 size 2 Twix. It's full size, you know. You get the peanut butter cups, full size as well. You get 2. Oh man. Alright, so the problem with this is this actually flat? I have to hope it is. And then, yeah. Gotta hope this works. So this is it. That goes to here. We're not gonna use a bridge for this because of the curve. I'm gonna delete this. And then we're gonna do the outside. There we go. So this is gone. That's strats. It gives you good candy. You have to walk a lot further as opposed to hitting row houses. Get a lot of low quality loot. Yo man, it's basically you gotta grind the elite mobs versus the level 1 boars, right? Kind of the same thing. Not really. There was a neighborhood that required that they spend at least Wow, really? Fuck, man. HOA, man. Goddamn. I would hate that kind of lifestyle, man. You're forced to pay $10,000 a year on Christmas decorations. Like, yeah, man. Like, living there is literally a flex. Living there is literally a flex, man. Can you just use the same decorations every year? That's what I would do. Spend 10 grand once and then never again. I live in an HOA townhome community for $400 a month and they barely provide anything. They also don't let me plant anything on the ground. And I own the place. So silly. HOA is something I would honestly want to never live with. Honestly. Have you guys heard of the HOA scandal that's happening recently? This HOA from this location was being run for profit, basically. And they would have the community come out and vote. And they would vote for certain things, right? That's what you're supposed to do at HOA. And what would happen is that the people running the HOA just straight up ignored them. Took the money, pocketed. And then now HOA was, that same HOA was like demanding an increase to the monthly payments from every person. And it was like an increase of like $100 something. So everyone is like, yeah, I'm not paying this. And then the moment the guy that was running the HOA said that, a riot broke out with the people that lived there. They were all like, yo, what the F? No, man. What? You're gonna do what? I didn't even get this last time. So people were complaining that the things they voted on last time, they never got. And it's like, why are they increasing if we don't even have anything from before? And what ended up happening was the police came. And then they basically no one paid the fee for HOA. And then they had lawyers come in and they did a vote to basically kick out the other people, the old people that were running it, so that you have actual people running it, like actually doing something. So basically they kicked out the old people by vote, and then they have new people doing it now. But it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, it's a scam. I'm gonna be real. It's a 100% scam. And I'm not a fan of that, man. HOA is a scam. But yeah, you have shit like that happening all the time. People that are like running it are just like, yeah, that's what we're doing. Alright, we're gonna make a large S-curve here. This is gonna be 30, 60, 30. But yeah, if I can choose, I never want to live with HOA. In any place that has it. $60. All right. So 540. All right, so here to here is 30. Here to here is 60, more or less. And then we got to go back by 30. That's not bad. Delete, delete. And then we need a midpoint. So here to here, it's about here. 31, 31. Okay, should be good. Oh, that's cool. It's like, yeah, if you have people actually doing what they're supposed to do, it's cool. But like a lot of times, man, it feels like a scam. All right, slight curve. This comes out, that comes in. All right, slight adjustment curve on that side, and we should be good. This goes this way, that way. There we go. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, sometimes though, I wouldn't say that's like the normal experience. I wouldn't say that's the normal experience, sadly. Alright, so I think this is fine now. Delete this. Delete that. Alright, trees are gonna be out. Alright, so the reason why we had to redo this is so that the ships, the boats coming through here, they were clipping through the highway. So that's kind of my fault. So we're just making it clear now so that it's not a problem for them anymore. Feels bad. Alright, so the new highway setup looks like this. Not bad. Comes out over here, get out to here. Looking pretty good. Okay, so let's do a little bit of relocation. I mean, I needed to do this, so we need to actually start. It's probably fine for me to just bop a lot of this. Feels bad. We're just gonna destroy everything. Gotta do what we gotta do sometimes. Everybody getting bopped. Alright, so speed it up, let them D-zone. We'll move the park over to here or something. Gotta let them D-zone, pop, losing all the pop. Okay, so get to here. Use grid, back to the 4 lane. So we gotta reset this. And also another thing is that there's a good chance this ends up being our downtown area, to be honest. There's a good chance this ends up being a downtown area. So this was the space that we decided on. We could move this a little bit to the right still. But if this were to cross, it would be like that. And then this is enough height, right, for me to just sneak underneath. Okay, so we need to clean this part out. Okay, so then this pulls out, right? So this goes out to here. This is elevated. I need this to snap straight. And then I need... Wow, what's this? Man, come on, pop that house. Alright, so from here, there's a turn. Alright, the pillars are in the way, but outside of that, we could clear underneath. And there's a turn here that we would basically want. Okay, can I force this? I can, nice. So the pillars relocated for us. Let me do this. And then that. And then, yeah, we want to redo this. Now, before we redo that, let's see if we could just make the curve here. So this is 120, that's a 5. So that's basically the setup. So we would be grounded here, and then elevated from here. That's probably good. Alright, so that would be how that connects. I'm gonna be real. I don't like how that connects, man. It's curved under. It looks kind of jank. Curves under looks kind of jank. How do you guys feel about this? This feels weird for some reason. Now I know I need this though. This just feels like this is too small. The other option would be move this over. So it would be basically take this and move it by 11. Is it 11? Yeah, and then this would be widened, and then this would be the new line. Oh, that would suck, because I would have to curve from here. Okay, that's probably not the play then. I don't like it. Wider curve. I thought maybe moving it down might be the play. I'm thinking moving it up might be the play now. Like, I'm thinking it needs to be here. Now, the thing is that people are using it, though, so I can't be mad. It's weird to have an underpass. So this is the thing. This is base game. I'm not using mods for this. No anarchy. I'm going to run a grounded road under this. And look at that. If I don't hit a pillar, which is what I'm hitting right here, it's actually fine. So this is actually normal height that the base game allows. Now, it does feel that it's low. I do agree with that. It does feel low. What we could do, though, is move this road up and moving it here. Only problem is that the bridge is a problem. Ah, man. We might just be better off with a wider curve, yeah. It just feels weird, though, that we would have the road curve on top of the water. It just doesn't feel like a good anchor point for the bridge, and that the bridge should just go straight across. I'm worried, though. Because if I extend that, I have to line it up, skinny up the river. I guess that wouldn't be bad, because that increases the river height level. But it might reduce the overall amount of water we get. So the big difference is we go from a 5, 6, and we need to go from like 20, 20. So its small curve doesn't work. We need a larger curve. While it could look nice, I don't know if that's actually what we need. I don't think it would make sense to go like this and then go under. Oh, there's so many pillars for the curve that we probably can't realign this. The only spot we could realign is probably like right here. And this is actually like dead center. This might be it. We could move it to like over here. Because from here, I could realign the pillars so that we could sneak by underneath. I think that could work. Okay, so we wouldn't do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 55. So this would be the location. Now, we're not going to move the pillars yet, but I'm going to argue it's going to look like that. Pillars are not going to matter because we're not going to connect that. And then once we get to here, we're going to be grounded. And then we could kind of use that as an argument to see how it will look. So this would go across. All right, straight across. And then we would... I know, running it parallel to the highway doesn't really make sense. Like, you could do that, but there's no real reason to do that unless you're running the road off of the highway, meaning that somehow this road and this road were like connected. But yeah, I don't think that would really make sense. Running it parallel with the highway, and then what you would do it like that, or do it like this. That feels a little bit like... That doesn't make sense. Because you're driving further, angles are sharper. So there's no gain from it. Now, if we do it this way, I guess it ends up being weird because this means this curls, right? And then that means we have space here. Because that means now we would have this. Instead of having this extend down, which is not bad. Then we would run parallel lines from here. Up, down, get a wide curve on the outside. That curve setup would be kind of weird. Oh, but then that could be low density. That would be really good. And then we would have downtown right here. So then this ends. We don't use this. This becomes the road. So let me pause. And let's just visually look at this. $380, that's a 220. So that would be the curve we would utilize. This is not bad. We'd be able to basically pull a line from the side. This comes down, well, it's crooked. But I'd be able to do this. Comes down, you probably curl it to here, right? Makes sense. And then we'll probably just run a easy hug right here. Normal stuff. Hug that. And then this would be low density industry. And then we could do downtown here. Ooh. That could be the play. And then I may actually want this to come out then with the 4-lane. That way we could actually use this street to service the downtown. And then what we could probably do is come out to here. And then this could be the harbor. Like right here. That could be how we do this. Run the 4-lane out, curl it out, and then it just ends at the harbor. And then what would honestly make a lot of sense, I would lower the terrain here so that we'd be close enough to the water level for the harbor line to make sense. We'll probably do the same thing here because we'll probably have the train cargo line on this side, given how, you know, industry is right here. That makes a lot of sense too. This is non-straight. That's actually pretty good wave line. Can't be mad about that. So comes out. That's not bad. I think this is good. What do you guys think of chat? Do you guys like the first line better or the second line? First line does look weird. I agree. And I think the curve was kind of off. The only other thing that might have been okay from this line might have been something like this, where you come straight out and you get a curved bridge. That might have been the only thing we could have done here to make it look good. A large curved bridge to go across instead of having a straight bridge. So I think we're going to utilize this because I think we could use this pocket for low density pretty well. And then they could transition to high density up here. All right, so we're going to take this. So the main reason is going to be because the 4-lane relative to this 4-lane and that 4-lane, this is more centered. So I think that's going to be better distribution. Because technically this is going to be attractive to the people that live in the middle that don't want to take the highway. That's going to be the big thing. Whether or not they're going to want the highway. If they don't want the highway, they should take this line. That's kind of what we want. I want to say that's what we want. All right, let's delete everything else. I see you guys over there. Last one is not bad, huh? Okay, we take those. Oh man, he really wants to get back into here. All right, so pillars in the way. So we'll do this anchor. This is a good anchor. This is also a good anchor. This is not a good anchor. So let's move this anchor over to here. And then that moves this pillar over to here. How long is this? All right, let's move this slightly off. And then here to here is 11, 12. So it's perfect. Ideally, though, I want to not have that. I want to put it in the middle. But the game's not going to give it to me, so that's all I got. So we delete both of these. Take this. All right. So all the pillars should be in a good location now. All right. Let's get the upgrades in. And then it lines up. We could delete this. All right. Alright, so the spacing should be fine. Alright, so this should be normal spacing. So if I pull this through, it should be centered. And it is. Nice. So this goes here. Alright. And then this is the spacing we have to relocate, which is fine. This is 22. We delete everything on the right side. Short segments are the reasoning why. And then this is a 22. Lines up perfectly. Alright, so typically we wouldn't have this. So this comes through 11, 11, 11. This comes through, that's not bad now. And then we pull this across, connect. We actually do get this. It's just weird because of the highway. So we're going to be able to move some of the pillars to get some of the connections in. And then we'll have some pocket space for the industry. Main road, highway road, not bad. Any weird highway issues? No, everything's looking good. And it's really a little bit of the buses here with the industry stuff. Outside of that, it's looking good. I think once we have this, and it is already being used, we're going to have less issues here. I think that's going to be good for us. Alright, so that's going to be the setup for that. Start moving some of the people in. Start running the parallel designs. So, one space gap. That's going to be the name of the game. Run this parallel. Alright, so this is going to be where this gets weird. So the fundamental problem with this right now is we don't really have a lot of entrances and exits on this half of the 4-lane. Right? Because it's looking like it's going to come down to here as the first intersection, and I don't like that. Now, if I were to do it like this, 1, 2, this comes out 11, and then this comes down into here. I probably have to ground more of this, which is fine. Right? But I think I do need this. Right, so you want a right turn first before you get the left turn. This comes out. This probably comes straight down. 22. 11 comes back. 5 and 5. So that's 11, 11. Right, and then if I were to line up with that on the inside, that would be the simple setup. And then naturally would have a large curve. Now, of course, what would make more sense is if I shrank this curve. That way these curves don't get too large. And then we could do a wraparound on this side. So we would probably want to cut this down and start from a value of like 6. And then this ends up being like 11. And then it's what, 15, 19, 23? Something like that? I think I should do that. Reverse engineer the curve. Alright, so let's delete this. Typically, it's going to be from this side. And at the moment, this comes out from here. So what's this curve distance? Alright, it's not actually a good curve. So this is 241.60. So let's pull this up by 40. 120, 120. Dotted lines are throwing me off. So now when I check this, it's 120, 120. That's what we're looking for. So get that curve in, coming in like that. So now we're going to line this up. And we're going to use that as the proper curve. There we go. And everything else gets deleted again. There we go. Not bad. I think that lines up a little bit better. And then we could also realign the spacing for this, so it could be closer or further back. So this doesn't matter. This is the new spacing. So typically we will want to do spacing like this. Oh, did we get the third line? That'd be actually kind of nice if we get this. We probably don't, right? That'd be really nice if we could get that. I would probably want to pull this out up to the edge and then ground a little bit more up, probably up to this node. And then that could be a little bit more justified. So probably something like this. Let this rock, of course. Force ground this section. There we go. Looks kind of not bad. So with the design, it's going to be right, left, right, maybe. I might do a double-sided and then right, left. No, it's going to be right, left, and we skip the middle probably. So right turn, left turn. This probably goes up. Coming in, so ends up like this. I honestly don't like this because that means this is going to be really heavy. That's the only thing about this that's going to make this kind of bad. So that might mean the backside streets have to be like isolated, or you connect through the back and don't really want to come through this way. I mean, it's possible to do that. Wouldn't be too bad. Alright, so arguably this is going to be 22. The spacing should be fine. So we're just going to connect straight down. 22. Okay, it starts curving, so that's good to know that this is actually 11. And then these would pull across normally. And then, of course, we could start doing the curves on the outside. And then I think what makes more sense is we start doing something like this, and then we run it parallel to the highway. Corner box probably lines up to this. And then we just want to fill it up afterwards. So low density, low density, low density. We start to get some apartments around right here. And then we have the skyscrapers, probably on this side. We'll probably have some office buildings and stuff coming down here, and then we'll go back down to low density. So our downtown is going to be a little bit smaller, so that's proportional. That's at least what I'm going to be hoping for. Small skyline right here. All right, planned it out. This is not bad. So this is a lot. Oh, what's up with this? Wait, what the hell is that? Oh, the houses are a little bit lower heights. Oh, that sucks. Oh, I'm gonna have to actually like break everything and rebuild it. Well, it is what it is. God damn it. Alright, so that's gonna be 11. 22. Yeah, when you bop the houses, the creases go away. Oh, this road is just not on the right height. Yeah, alright, so it's a fundamental redoing of the roads. Sometimes you gotta do it. Alright, so we gotta bop everyone here. Fundamentally, everything's on the wrong height, even if it's like a meter. This 4-lane is on the wrong road type. Alright, we'll do this side first for now. To redo the anchor points. This is wrong. I think I could just delete that. Everything else I think it's fine. It just ends up being the 4-lane road. Okay, so Okay, so this should be fine. Alright, so now we get to here, delete that. Dude, big struggles. Alright, so from here, I should be able to just line up everything. Okay, so that doesn't line up. Let's see. So I knew it was here. How come this doesn't line up? That's really weird. What happened here? So 2 space gap is fine. 2 space gap is fine. This is a 1 space gap. 1 space gap. How come this is a wrong value? What the hell? Right, so this is fine with the spacing. This is 13 for some reason. Dude, what the hell is this? Did I mismeasure this? I'm tripping. Alright, 11, 22, comes down, goes across. Okay, so now this is 11 all the way up. Yeah, it's fine, and then we have some connections here, so we'll probably do something like this. Get the corner. Alright, so right turn, left turn, and then this needs to be on this side, I guess. This comes down as it should. This comes down as it should. This connection is on the wrong spot with whatever's. That's fine. And then the other 4-lane roads are compromised. Feels bad. Ah, it's so gross. Basically, the entire city's messed up because the terrain is slightly off. Ah, God. Okay. Let's upgrade everything first, though. Let's get the roads in. I honestly wish that was something you could manipulate in the game. I mean, I know you could do it with Move It mod. That's, yeah, it feels bad. Don't have the mod, feels bad. Okay, so the pipes are fine. Oh, my pipes are completely, oh, I curved it out because of the... Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I'll have to redo the pipes later then. For now, though, these pipes are okay to get this to work. And we gotta move everyone back in. Hold up. This is wrong? Oh, this is wrong. There's a 2-space gap here. For no reason whatsoever. Okay, so I just gotta get rid of this side too. Alright. I mean, sometimes you gotta just pop everything at once. I'm probably gonna lose a lot of money because of this, but it's fine. We have $1 million. Alright, so let's delete this, delete all this. Let's delete all that. Alright. Got the 4-lane bridge, should be fine. So we gotta redo the grid on the left side, okay. we're just gonna use this road now, and hopefully everything will be fine. So 1, 2, 11. This gets deleted. This comes through. This is not right, but whatever's. Alright, so now we have a proper grid. Dude, that's kind of wild that I didn't have a proper grid before. And then, yeah, we get to here. Alright, so like this will be fine for now. So we wanted to have here, here, and I think that was it. We don't have any other road connections, I don't think, because we just didn't need too many. So this spacing is gonna be here, which means this is off. There we go. Should be good. Of course, we want a commercial here as well. Let's move this over to here. Okay. A little bit weird with the terrain, but this should be fine. Alright. Time to let it rock. A lot of people got relocated. Got bopped. Hopefully they will find a new spot for themselves to call home. But I bopped the shit out of them. All the housing is gone. Feels bad, boys. And then bring back the commercial. We're going to leave the center open, which is fine. Alright, and of course this was supposed to be a double layer. Alright, now here's the weird thing. My job demand should not be high. My job demand should have plummeted along with my residential demands. Because the thing is that all my workers left, right? How is it that they still keep their jobs? That's the weird thing for me. I have 14% unemployment rate, yet I have industrial demand. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Maybe it's only the other people. Everyone here is okay. How is it that these people got bopped and then moving them back in, but my jobs stay the same? Does that mean this game gets rid of the seniors first before they actually move out any of the working adults? That's kind of awkward if it does. But hey, they need the jobs, right? So let's hook them up. Where's the pipeline? Back here? Yep. Or we're gonna need the water. So there's a good chance that we are going to be rolling a little bit of a weird design. So we'll probably have one layer of commercial and then all industry. Well, it's going to be mixed office and industry. I'll probably move in some warehouses here. But yeah, if we need the jobs, I gotta move them in. And to increase the usage on this side, we're gonna have to use this side. So, let me get some of the road upgrades in. So even though this is gonna be industrial zone, we should probably design this kind of differently. Let's see, what do we got? Okay, so of course, naturally, you're gonna have this come down, right? No way around it. So you come in, this is probably gonna be something you want. Right, comes in for the large box. Comes in this way. Technically, we don't need this. Oh, can I use this as a pattern? We run a box. We open up some of the zones, which kind of is not what we want. So I want the road to go straight down. That makes a lot of sense. Have this come out that way. That's natural. And then we do 22s on the side. And then right here, it's kind of deep, so we should probably have some street entrances here. We could also argue that this street should be not connected. So that if we do have an entrance here, they don't use this as a shortcut. We don't want that specifically to happen. And then if we were to keep it like this, we probably end up having a road connection from the back. Maybe not exactly like that. But let's argue it's like this. This comes out this way, goes out on the back. Is this the pattern? We run a double box. So up, left, down, box. This is up, down, but that doesn't matter. Doesn't that mean it's like this then? Oh, because, yeah, it'd be the same thing. Yeah, it'd be the same thing. Doesn't actually really matter. Okay, can we do a pattern that's a little bit different? Orient one sign as a better side to use? This might be the only thing that could be a little bit of a different design. Bop in the bottoms right here. Alright, let's screw all this. We want a parallel line at the bottom. I think that's something we just can't argue, that we just need. And then from there, we could change it up. I want the roads to go down, though. Damn. It's just a box grid, then. That's kind of unfortunate. Ends up being a box grid. How can we change this up? We could change where the entrance is so that we could redo all the main lines. And then only go straight through the main lines and then change up a little bit of how the cross streets work. Understand that we'll probably have to have an early entrance as well. Oh, that could be an interesting design. Have an entrance that goes directly to the middle. that could be a strat. I mean, that could work. All right, we'll have to consider that a different time. All right, guys, we're gonna be wrapping up right here. Unfortunately, I didn't really get too much. My population actually went down. Spent too much time on the highways again, so I get something I was happy with. Feels bad. Did get a little bit of the roadwork ideas out. Heat up one side and have the decline here to have this side start to work out. We're going to... We did also redo this part, but it's going to be... more of this is going to... I mean, we still got highways to do over here. I was going to say we're not going to do highways anymore, but we probably are. But we'll finally get the roadworks in for the local population. Get the demand, and then everything's going to be good. But with that, it's going to be time for me to wrap things up for the night. Maze Mamba number 3.